And welcome to the April 24th, 2025 Planning Board meeting. It is 7:04. We have two hearings on the agenda for this evening. One, a continuation for 3 Elm Street, and the second at Phillips Place and Holly Street. If you have comments or questions related to those hearings, you will have an opportunity to share them during those hearings. If you have a public comment about something other than those two things, you have time to share that with us now. We will take comments first here in chambers and then on Zoom. Ben.
So. Is there a time limit? I forget.
Tonight, because of the level of interest in the hearings, I think we're going to try to keep all public comment throughout the hearings to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Benjamin Spencer, Northampton, Mass. I'm commenting on both of the items in front of the project tonight. Is that not a thing?
It is
General
not.
comment? Okay.
Yes.
So if I want to comment about both,
we would ask you to give those comments when we open public comment during each of the individual hearings.
Good.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here in chambers who would like to give comment on something other than tonight's agenda items? Is there anybody on Zoom? Okay. All right, so then we are going to open or continue our hearing, our first hearing for tonight. This is a continuation from February 27th and March 27th on a request by the Berkshire Design Group for Sunwood Builders LLC for a site plan and special permit to construct a 5-story mixed-use building at 3 Elm Street, map ID 31D-103. We already heard some about this project at the first hearing, so tonight we'll be receiving new information, and I will share some details about public comment when we get to that stage. But first, we will hear from the applicant.
And Jana, I'd like to state for the record that I was not in attendance for the first hearing, but I reviewed the entire video recording of it at 1x speed. I didn't even speed it up. I sat through the entire thing just like you guys did. Right.
Thank you, Chris. I also want to acknowledge Rich shared at the last hearing that he had contact with a member of the public about this project outside of the planning board, but that the nature of that conversation has been submitted in writing and received by the planning board in public comment. So that has been addressed. Rich, I don't know if there's anything else you want to say about that.
No, thank you, Jana. That covers it.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else I missed before we get started? Please.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Jeff Squire from the Berkshire Design Group here on behalf of Sunwood Builders, who I think is still currently over at a Conservation Commission hearing. So if there's any questions that arise specifically for the applicant, hopefully he's here in time. So yes, this project is a continuation from a couple of months ago for 3 Elm Street. There have been, it was continued primarily for a couple of reasons. One, to get through, obtain the stormwater permit, which we did receive. And then I think there was just a timing question with the Elm Street Historic District, so that appropriateness of eligibility or whatever that certification is did also get approved a couple weeks ago. So with those two in hand, my plan here was just to run through some of the questions that remained, clarifications that remained from the previous hearing, as well as some of the project updates, and go from there. As mentioned, some weird ortho photo stuff going on the top, but apologize for that. But this Our property obviously is at the corner of Elm and State Street. It's a 1.5 acre parcel occupied by primarily parking lot along State Street, rectory and former church as you climb the hill up Elm Street going to the west. It's this particular property is in the side street Central Business District. It's bordered by the URB and Elm Street Historic District and the educational district further to the west, and then a continuation of the Central Business District downtown further to the east. Just a couple of quick images as everybody is pretty familiar with the site. Again, views of the church and the rectory from both State Street and the intersection of Elm and State. Site plan looks largely very similar to what you had seen previously. We have included some additional details about curb cut entrances off of State Street. There is an addition of some street tree plantings along State Street as well. There have been a number of just architectural changes that Charles Roberts from Cunerill will present at the end of this. But I just thought I'd take you through those major changes. Again, just the overall layout plan that was presented, documenting a lot of these changes. There were some clarifications with that curb cut on Elm Street with respect to signage and turning ability. Most significantly, we were able to get in some street trees on State Street within that distance that we've got there. We've got as you'll see in the next slide, but we do have tree pits with structural soil underneath below the sidewalk. So there is a 4-foot depth minimum of material. It's a tree designed for situations like this. We've got these may show grates at the surface, but we've agreed that a flexi-pave system similar to what other locations in the city have done recently would be appropriate here. So those are we've got 6 additional street trees along Elm or along State Street. I'm sorry. That would complement the existing planters that we've got at street level or curb level. Sidewalk level, and then there's also the addition of some trellis systems on the architecture, which Charles will talk about later, just as an additional element, green element along that corridor to add some texture, some color. Again, there's some details with respect to the tree wells along State Street. We do have, we do acknowledge, do acknowledge that it is a tight distance, but we do have we've got about a 5.5-foot clearance between the building and where the tree trunks are. So there is plenty of navigation space there, particularly with that flexi-pave system being a walkable and accessible surface. There's no grates or anything else to impede that travel lane. Clarifications with regards to those curb cuts and curb entrances on State Street. We've maintained that existing curb cut to the north. Particularly this will serve as the major entrance and exit into the garage. We've widened that entrance to the garage to 20 feet from what was 18 to allow easy two-way traffic in and out. We do need to maintain the width of this drive to facilitate emergency access to be able to pull off of State Street. So there was just a question to clarify that turning radius, that need. We did narrow the curb cut on the south and extended that brick paving surface material at the sidewalk level to make that a more pedestrian, inviting environment. We've got a street tree there. We've got a tree filter that receives runoff from the roof in that location as well. So all of that will, serve as sort of a pedestrian space. There's an entryway into the building on the east end of that plaza. All of this will be one continuous, surface level. And that curb entrance has been narrowed to 14 feet. And the intention is that that would be signed as an exit only from the garage inside. Again, just some clarifications with respect to signage, a no left turn sign, temporary access only sign as you turn in. We did extend this island slightly to make that turning movement, both driving west into this opening, and also the turning movement, turning left out of there a little bit more challenging. We have been working with the engineering team on the Picture Main Street project to make sure that those details are coordinated. This does, I don't know if this includes, the plan does include, it may show up, an extension of that striped. So this island where where that separates the bike lane, because we needed to cut it short a couple of feet, we've agreed that an extension via striping on the roadway to help narrow that down as it continues west out of downtown would be appropriate. So we have included just coordination with that. Just remaining questions from the previous hearing. There were just some clarifications about, what that restaurant space would look at on the first floor on Elm Street. So, at this top picture, just some images, rendered images of what that space would look like. There's a sort of a 3-season enclosed space, directly off the building, but then a larger patio space. And that would be surrounded by plantings. The planting plan actually includes some larger trees where shrubs are shown here. But just these are shown just so you can see what's going on. But the planting plan does include some larger trees along that in that planting bed going up Elm Street. There was clarification about the bike racks and bike storage. So this space in this corner is the bike storage space inside the garage for residents. There's enough room in there for 32 bikes. There are 3 individual bike stands, both on Elm Street, at the entrance to that patio terrace, and then off of State Street near the cafe. There's an additional 3 bike racks there for 6 bikes. So just clarifying what's available in those locations. And then just, these are some previous images of, some of the furnishings and the character of those patio spaces, including that cafe space, directly on street level, the corner. And I think lastly, there were some questions about proximity to public parking, to this site. So everything you see highlighted in here, as best I could tell, was either on street or public parking lots. There are 300 to 500 feet walking distance to the major lots. Obviously, there's a lot of on-street parking proximate to the site that's closer than that, but just to give a sense of that scale and the proximity to other public parking areas in the city. And with that, I'll leave it to Charles to talk about some of the architectural updates. Unless there's any other major site questions now, or do we want to answer those at the end?
I think we can,
Okay.
keep going with the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see you again. I guess the last time we were here, it was February 27th. Since then, we've gone through 3 additional rounds with the Historic Commission, Elm Street Historic Commission. We were fortunate enough to be awarded our certificate of appropriateness, which was a big milestone for us. And a lot of what I'm going to show you tonight are the updates to the architectural design that we sort of went through in an iterative process with them over the course of those meetings. So I'm going to talk about those. And then the other big concern that we heard architecturally was just what's the street edge like along State Street? It's a long building. And so I want to talk about moves we've done to soften that and to make it a more of a pedestrian friendly experience. And so with that, this initial image here is what the building is currently looking like. So we've added, I have before and after shots, which are kind of helpful. So let me just go to a before shot. So I think the last time you saw it, it was looking like this. We had more of a minimal cornice design, really more of a coping. We had some, some brick detailing work, and we had these larger windows in the corner, which the idea was to sort of address and celebrate the corner. The Historic Commission had issues with the larger windows in the corner of the building like this, and so in an effort to sort of bring the building more into the scale of what we typically see downtown with building design and fenestration, we went to why isn't it more of a punched opening look? We got rid of the larger windows in the corner. We've added a more detailed heavy cornice, which really holds the building down. You can see it back here. Also, we've added that cornice line to the entry tower as well. There's another view that sort of shows those two next to each other, and it helps bring that that architectural style down the street and ties those brick elements together in a way that we feel is helpful. We also added brick into this little side bay here, and a cornice line along there as well. So now that all the building the front building as it's facing Elm Street and State Street has kind of a unified look around the corner, and appropriately scaled, more punched openings. Another thing we did was before we had just straight casement windows with no division in them necessarily. So we've added a check rail to these casement windows. They're still functioning as a casement window, but they're read as a double hung window, which is much more common downtown. It adds scale and familiarity to the windows and kind of makes them feel a little more familiar and less austere. This is the before image as you move up Elm Street. So again, you can see sort of the minimal cornice line detail and the larger openings in that corner, which we have are now articulating as punched openings, the precast lintels all around the tops of those openings. The other thing we're doing is kind of nice in here. I think it's nice. We're recessing these brick bays into for the windows into the building, so it offers some relief and some depth. And that's also another very common language with the masonry buildings downtown, is creating these repetitive bays with the recessed fenestration. This is from up the street, kind of a view between the St. Mary's and the Rectory. This was the before view. There's the main difference here is which is readable is the articulation of the cornice line. But so that was before and after. This is the before view we had along State Street, looking at the entrance. So what we've got now is we've warmed up the material in the louver opening, so it's has more of a warm wood material feel rather than the metal frame holding the wood slats. So that kind of warms things up. We're adding these vertical lattice planters, which tie into the stormwater gardens that Jeff's got planted along the length of State Street. And we've also added, you can see the street trees down there. So kind of, before and after. So we really feel like it's softening that edge and making it much more pedestrian friendly. This was what we saw before, and what we're proposing now are the additional street trees and again those sort of vertical planter gardens. We've also reduced the size of these garage these openings into the garage. They have a higher sill height, which will block headlights as cars are parking in the garage from, shining out across the street or into the neighbors across the way. And they're working so that instead of being a series of larger openings, it's a series of smaller openings with the rhythm of slightly larger openings that align with the window fenestration patterns up above to create more of a unified base with the building above, and also, a more friendly, pedestrian friendly scale. These are some views of the restaurant, which Jeff touched on. One of the concerns of the Historic Commission was that the building appeared to them maybe it was too close to Elm Street, and they wanted to get a sense of what the scale of this building was going to be like on Elm Street. So we just did a series of these shots here, the three-season dining portico, with the dining deck spilling out from that. And then you can see the planting edge between the sidewalk and that patio really starts to create, layers and separation of the building from Elm Street. It softens the scale. It creates a sense of layer and place that's in scale, both with the streetscape and with the larger building beyond. So plenty of room for landscaping. And as Jeff mentioned, where we're showing bushes, I think the plan is to have some street trees there. This another view of that park that on the corner that Jeff was describing, and again, this helps give you a sense of the separation of the building and the street. You can also pick up some of the brick detailing we're doing here in the corner. It's a coining of the brick where it comes out, projects out beyond the face of the face brick, and helps add a layer of detail and scale and richness to the brick of the building. So this is the State Street elevation, and you can see that the base has been softened with these street trees. You can see how the cornice line of the entry tower for the apartment building ties in with the cornice line of the front building there. The vertical brick in both these instances tie both buildings together, and there's a nice kind of repetitive rhythm of the fenestration and these bays sort of marching down, so it gives the building a sense of movement and scale in that dimension. And it is broken down into three sections. It's important to remember. It's a lot. The building's 320 feet long, but the apartment block is about 200 feet long. This connector section is about 45 feet long, and the front building is about 60, 65, 66 feet long, and they're all moving back and forth in plane. It's not just a sheer wall that you're walking along. There's movement in the plane. But as the connector steps back, Jeff was alluding to the brick paving that's going to be creating sort of more human scales, and as the egress point from that connector piece, there's a street tree there, some stormwater garden, and then this front building steps back an additional 10 or 15 feet from the face of the main block of the building. So there is movement. There's in and out. There's a sense of motion and flexibility to the building facade as you're moving around it and down the street. I'm sorry, I don't have a before that. That's just a plan to show you sort of the dimensions of how those individual blocks kind of line up, and how this front building is actually stepped back from. So there's one step back to the connector piece, and then the front building steps forward a little bit, and you can sort of you see how that sort of works with the landscaping detail, the tree planting, and the forms to create a more varied elevation for the building along State Street. And then this was the before. Well, this is a little bit of a before view. Let me see if I can. Oops, nope. Sorry. That's a before view of that elevation from the bird's eye perspective, and this is what we're proposing. So you can see the street trees adding in the cornice lines along the entry, the apartment entry tower in the front building, and you can start to read the sense of the smaller garage openings. Mm-hmm. And unless there's any questions, that's where I'll leave it for now.
Go back to that floor plan for 1 minute, the last slide. Last slide, that floor plan. Thanks. So from the garage, there's a pedestrian access onto State Street near the lobby.
Right.
And there's also a pedestrian access down by the, I guess that's west or north.
Is it to the right?
Off to the right?
Yeah, that's an egress stair.
That's an egress stair, but if I'm let's say getting out of my car or getting my bike, can I only exit the building through the State Street entrance?
Well, I mean, you could walk out the drive entrance that you came in. I think over here, you could walk down the garage to the main entry lobby. If you were living on the first or second floor, you could go up. You could take these stairs here as well.
Okay.
But yeah, there's an entrance into that elevator lobby core into the garage right here, an accessible entry here.
Thanks.
And that door on State Street is intended to be the main entrance to the entire. And that door on State Street is meant to be the main entrance to the entire apartment building.
The apartment building, yeah.
Okay.
So that's that view.
And a hard break between the apartment building on that garage level and going into the next space, the connector building. There's no pass through there, correct? It's just
yeah. So yeah, it's this is the connector piece here.
Yep.
With the egress only exit point, 4 parking spaces. Then yes, this is a hard wall here. So there's no communication between except there is a stair here that serves the residents on the townhouses that are on the third and fourth floor of this building. So thanks for pointing that out or reminding me. So yeah, there's a right here. I'm having a hard time blowing these up, but maybe you can see it on your screen. So there's an entrance here for a stairway that brings you up to the next level, which or 2 levels up, which then serves the 4 townhouse style apartments.
More access questions, like George's. How do you are going to control access to the garages? Is there a drop down gate or a roll down door? What is there?
I think the plan would be for a drop down gate.
And
I mean a drop, like we have like in town here.
Yeah.
The parking garage, as opposed to a roll down security grill.
Okay. So traffic will not be at all restricted into that garage, really.
Not at this point, no.
And what about the park? That's meant to be a public park on the corner.
Correct.
But the patio to the restaurant above it is not meant to be a public space.
Well, it's open to the public who are
Using the restaurant.
patronizing the restaurant, right?
But
it's not a public amenity space.
But the other is.
The other is correct.
Thank you.
Are other questions from board members? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We may have questions as we go here, but for now, I think we can open it up to public comment. Let me describe how that process is going to work. So we are going to take comment first here in chambers and then on Zoom. When you approach the podium, please remember to state your name and address. Please remember to address your comments to us on the board, not the applicant. And remember that we will typically hear all of your comments and sort of take them all at once, aggregate them, and then discuss amongst ourselves and possibly pass questions back to Carolyn or back to the applicant. So we may not address your question right away, but we will hear it and get to it. I also want to remind folks that we have read all of the public comment that came in writing. It is part of the official record. So thank you for those of you who made comment. You do not need to repeat it here tonight. We also heard the concerns that came forward at the first meeting. And so we'd like to keep tonight's comments focused on new information based on the new plans that we've seen presented here before us. And again, there's many of you here who want to speak. We'd like to make space for all of that. So we're going to ask you to keep your comments to 2 minutes. I'm going to just summarize a few of the issues that we heard about in written comments, so you know that we've heard about them and are thinking about them. We've heard questions about curb cuts, about streetscaping, about available parking for other buildings and uses in the area, particularly the church across the way, the size and scale of the building, and interest in whether some of the units can be affordable, as well as some of the questions that came up at the last hearing that the applicant has addressed. So we have heard those concerns. So with that, if there is anybody here in chambers who would like to make a comment that hasn't already been addressed, please raise your hand and I will recognize you. Ben.
I left my glasses up here.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, do that either. My name's Benjamin Spencer. I live in Northampton. I want to acknowledge how projects like this, the ones we're talking about tonight, can be jarring to a neighborhood. There's no denying that the presence of these buildings will be a significant change from what is currently there. In both cases, what is currently there is an unused parking lot that doesn't contribute in any way. Still, these big projects will have a big impact. As difficult as change can be, it is essential that if our city truly intends to meet the goals of our sustainability plan. In order to do that, we must all accept that change is coming to all of our neighborhoods across the city. We need to make decisions now that look to the future of our city. We are in a housing crisis. The 2 projects before the planning board tonight will combined add 125 market rate units to downtown Northampton rental market. These new buildings will be ADA compliant. There are a variety of apartment sizes to allow for more people to afford rent. The people who will be living here will be from all kinds of demographics. Seniors looking to downsize, possibly freeing up an underutilized single-family home in the city for a family looking for one. Recent college graduates looking to stay in the city who will possibly be starting businesses, supporting nightlife, working for local businesses, and looking for new talent. Young people looking to live and work, possibly as teachers, fire and rescue workers, machinists, medical workers, restaurant workers, groundskeepers, and artists. Once again, I want to acknowledge that change is hard. I want to commend the citizens of Northampton who've contributed to this conversation in their letters, in their activism, and in their words tonight. I want to commend the developers for their dedication to building housing. And I especially want to thank the people on the planning board who contribute to this community by offering their time, interest, and knowledge in a way that keeps the city moving forward. This is a big responsibility that requires discernment and integrity. I know that's what each of you bring to this meeting, and I thank you for doing it. This is the hard and necessary work of being a community. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Hello, I'm Zachary Welch of 285 Hatfield Street. I agree wholeheartedly with Ben that these types of projects are extremely important for Northampton and everyone inside it. However, I do have some concerns regarding the bicycle infrastructure that this new building has. With the only 6 public bays and 32 private bays or private parking spots, it seems that it's currently being underserved, especially for a complex that's supposed to have 71 units, as well as mixed zoning for commercial spaces. It seems that the The private parking, I'm not quite sure how that's currently being stored. I know that there are high density bike stores that have like double decker that should hopefully provide more storage to the residents, as I would hope there to be either a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1 for bicycle storage to actual units. As well, when looking at the plan, it seems that currently the main access for the private bicycle storage is a swing door rather than a sliding door. And I think that can be rather a bit of a hindrance for people wanting to take a bike in and out. And it might be maybe easier to like take an ID or like an RFID scan, door opens, and you can move the bike in and out. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, you with your hand raised. I can't see you.
Good evening. My name is Guido Mosca. I live at 95 Franklin Street, Northampton, and I'm here on the St. Mary's property. I've got a couple of questions. Is there any update on the use of the church itself? Is there any news in that regard? Planned use. Last time we were here, it was undecided. Is the use of the church still undecided?
I could certainly pass that question on to the applicant when we get to that stage.
Okay, thank you. I also submitted a request that we, with the planning board and the public, take a view of the lumberyard, because we were always looking at photos and drawings where the lumberyard is a physical structure. This is actually taller than the lumberyard, but a view out there would be very useful. I've done it. Has the planning board decided to do this view?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I follow what you're asking.
Well, I submitted a request that the planning board do a physical view of the lumberyard and with the attendance of the public and establish at a future date. Because we are looking at drawings, we are looking at stuff on the screen where the lumberyard is a physical building. This building is more square feet than the lumberyard. The lumberyard is 5 stories. This is only 4. The lumberyard has a private road and parking lot. This building has no private road. All traffic in and out is borne on State Street. So a view to the lumberyard would be very useful, in my opinion, before the planning board renders its decision. So, you know, it's something for you to consider and decide. I hope you do it. I only have 2 minutes, so I have to be very quick. Today, I filed a number of documents for the people at home. Go on the internet site of the City of Mass, Northampton, and read those 2 documents. I don't have the time here to go into them.
I think that's the 2-minute warning, sir.
As far as the Historic Commission deciding to grant approval, I would like to notify the other people interested that we have until May 5th to file an appeal. I believe that the decision is appealable. That's my opinion. And if there are other parties who are interested in pursuing an appeal, we have very limited time. An appeal cannot be drafted the day before, so work has to be started beforehand. So we need to establish a committee and file an appeal. The very last thing is pursuant to the rules of the, I'm going to put my notebook down for a second so I can free my hand.
I'm going to ask you to be as quick as possible with this next part, please. Thank you.
Totally appreciate that.
Thank you.
Part of my request today, pursuant to the bylaws and rules of procedure for the central business, architecture, planning board, etc., Rule 1.13, the planning board may require the employment of outside consultants to do a peer review of the project at the total expense to be borne by the developer. This is a major project. In my opinion, it deserves a peer review. There have come up many, many, many issues. There are, I believe, over 40 comments in the on the website, which are well-written, which raise many of those issues, including my own. This warrants a peer review, in my opinion, with total expenses of the peer review by an outside firm to be borne by the developer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Garrett Stover, 55 Fairview Avenue and 17 New South Street. I'll be very quick. I didn't hear you recount the questions about the site plan relative to access and future viability of the church. Parking, I think, is probably an achievable goal, but to be able to get a truck if it's a theater, in there to unload, artists getting artwork in and out. I think that needs to be, if not constructed, at least left as a possibility. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there others here in council chambers who would like to make a comment? All right. Yep. So we will turn to Zoom. Is there anybody on Zoom who would like to make a comment? If so, please either turn your camera on and wave your hand about, or use the raise hand function, and Carolyn we will recognize you and then allow you to unmute. Okay, Jacqueline's iPhone, you're up.
Hello, good evening. Jacqueline McCraner, Northampton, Mass. For those of us who were not at the first hearing on, I guess it was February 27th, could the board just give us an idea of what is happening with the church and the rectory and stormwater issues for the new development?
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom? Not easily. Usually it's easier to keep the project plans up so that we can access them more readily as we're discussing elements of the project. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your questions and comments. I can start briefly at the end to answer Jacqueline's question about the stormwater. This project has, since the first hearing, been issued a stormwater permit by the DPW. So they have given clearance to the project's plans and viability in this site. Relative to, we received several questions about what's happening with the church, with the rectory. There is no requirement that there need to be plans for what is happening on the rest of this site in order to approve this part of the project. The applicant can, if they wish, give us a sense of what their plans are, but that will not influence our decision here tonight. There's no requirement for them to have that determined fully before we make our determination about this new building.
Can I ask quickly about, I saw on the record there is a check made out for what looked like a peer review. Was that?
Yes. So the board or the city can ask for peer review in areas where we don't have technical expertise. We did ask for that as it relates to coordinating with the Main Street project. So it's with the engineers and designers to look at that, both the stormwater as well as the driveway access.
And did we get DPW comments on this project?
I think they came previously, and were in the record. I know that, let me just double check for them. There were a lot of utility details and wanting, outside of the planning board's purview and that they need to be met no matter what the decision is by the planning board. Stormwater conditions in the stormwater permit, which are specifically delineated in that permit, as well as water line and sewer line connectivity. There's still some issues about where the water lines will connect. So they were mostly related to those utility connections. And then they did also want the flexi-pave surface and not the metal grates. Then this sort of standard compliance with the details of how the sidewalk infrastructure has to be built according to the, city standards for that.
Just to back up to Jenna, the question about the rectory, I think that kind of parcel is part of this too, because we looked at the Elm Street configuration and the little driveway in there, because the assumption was, at least that I'm going under, is it's going to be some kind of boutique hotel. So we talked about places for people to drop off 15 minutes, stay in there, and then having to park somewhere else. So I think it is kind of conflated with this larger apartment building.
Yes.
But not the details about how that's operated or what the lodging hours per night, but really about the entrance and exit to the drop-off areas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. That is correct. I believe, Carolyn, please correct me if I'm wrong, that their intended use for the rectory is allowed by right. So that does not fall under our purview.
Right. So you're looking at the entire site and how the site functions. That doesn't mean you need to know what the potential future uses of the church, but they are the whole idea about creating that driveway access with pull-in and drop-off area between the church and the rectory allows the functionality of the use of that. And they did identify the fact, and they're under construction now to reuse the rectory, as you said, for short-term, rental hotel kind of space. And that's why the special permit for that additional curb cut is on the Elm Street side. There had also been discussion about that being carved off as a separate lot, which is perfectly allowable to be done. But you still want to look at the entire picture of how the site is being accessed. So that's why it's important to look at those buildings and what kind of future access is planned. But in terms of the specific use, and this goes for any building in central business, uses change all the time, and they don't necessarily come back to the board for when those things happen. So if it goes from, retail to restaurant or back, you all would never see that.
Thank you both for that clarification for everybody.
And if I remember correctly, that access is also for emergency vehicles.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing a truck turn for a fire truck to pull into that area between the church and the rectory. I did want to ask, because I don't recall, I watched that video months ago now, but did the fire department review their access so they're comfortable with the access to the back of the apartment building from that pull-in between the church and the rectory?
They also wanted to have access to the church.
Right.
But yeah.
Right, but I'm more
Right.
concerned
Yep.
about the access to the apartment building.
Yeah, they're fine with the way the site, they have signed off on the access.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would, if the applicant wanted to comment a little bit more about the bicycle infrastructure. There was a question about whether that space has been maximized and the ease of access for people coming in and out of that space.
And while they're getting up, I'll just note that the zoning code, they're exceeding the required covered storage for bike storage based on the zoning. So they're providing, I think, 3 times as many spaces is what's required. Thank you.
So I guess what I would say is in terms of the spaces outside along the sidewalk, there's certainly room for a couple of more, standalone racks outside. That's not an issue there. I think the goal would be to certainly maximize that bike storage space inside the garage. I don't know, I don't think we've exhausted, all the different systems available for that space, but I think, it would be in the best interest of, probably, the developer and the project to try to have as many bike spaces available. So I think that would certainly be the intent. I don't know what that number is offhand, but I think certainly, more would be more desirable. So that's what I could offer.
And I just note the comment about the door, which I didn't quite follow, but it sounds like it's something that the developer should.
I think we can certainly take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Ease of access into that garage and that storage space certainly would want to be something that's well thought about. And so how that works, whether it's a key fob or something, I'm sure is going to be part of the resident access component of that part of the building.
Thank you.
Can I just confirm the trees going in the sidewalk's 6 feet wide currently?
So there are where the planters are, if I can go back, oops. So where the trees are located, we've got them sort of interspersed between the at-grade planters. And so there's always a minimum of 5.5 feet clearance between either the curb and the planters or the tree and the building, because the building those planters are 2 feet deep. So there's clearance, there's a minimum of 5.5 feet clearance, throughout that whole path. It's not a direct straight line, but there is clearance through there.
Okay.
So there's no way you can get 6 feet.
It is really hard. We spent a lot of time looking at, shrinking the building and parking spaces, and it just gets really tight inside. It just has a lot of ramifications on the interior lower level. That 1 foot cuts into the length of the, parking stalls and access, and it's tight now. And so the concern is just that, you really need 4 or 5 feet to make a difference on the sidewalk. It's been a challenge to try and get what we have now to work. So yeah, but we did look at it.
While we're in trees, remind me, there are 2 large trees being removed for the project. There must be some tree mitigation going on. Is that being done by these street trees or elsewhere?
There are a number of trees proposed, around the restaurant space. On that corner, there's a few. There's a number, obviously, on State Street. There's some in the back of the property. Then also on the northern end. So there is a number of trees that are being offered.
But not the ones on the street. Because I noted that the trees on the street are actually lilac bushes. You're calling them trees, but they're
trees. I mean, it's a Japanese tree lilac. It's a tree. Yeah.
Okay.
They are street trees.
Okay.
They're very common, very hardy. But it is, they're 25, 30 foot tall trees.
Thank you.
On that slide for a minute, may I? So I'm just interested in the back area, where the dumpsters are. Is that all gated, or can somebody walk across there into the back of the building and up to the hotel, so to speak, or up to Elm Street?
There is pedestrian access via a set of stairs directly on the, west elevation of the building. I don't think, at least there are plans to gate that, primarily for service access for, this is, sort of an open lawn space that would be available to residents if they've got small dogs or, want to get back there. There's also access from this, both from the street, but also from this patio, this restaurant level. So at least there is an intent to have that space be available to residents. So it wasn't blocked off to any, to the public or to the residents, certainly.
So it's a really large area. It's a large building. I don't know if that's a condition for us, that, that space will stay kind of accessible, rather than have it gated at some point, gated and locked. So that folks can get down there at all with their little dogs or whatever it might be. I don't think there's enough room there for Frisbee or my golf shots, but I think it's going to be an enviable little space. I know we've talked about Pulaski Park being accessible to them, but really, other than walking across to the Smith College campus, there's not a lot of green space around. And I know we're maximizing the footprint of the building to accommodate as many units as we can, but I would like to see that space stays kind of available to tenants or people coming down from the rectory, perhaps.
I was going to say there's also access, great access from between the rectory and the church. Yeah.
And that's a rain garden there that I see that looks like a boomerang. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's capturing a good amount of rainwater from the roof to existing buildings.
And that other kind of funnel looking area coming off the back of the church,
this here?
Yeah.
That's an existing entry to the basement level, the sort of basement level of the church. Some mechanical equipment down there. Some of the services leave at that elevation. So we're maintaining that access. Currently, there's a pretty significant slope up.
Yeah.
That first foundation. Yeah. So that is.
Yeah. Are there any mechanicals planned for the roof of the apartment building?
Yes, those are all shielded with fencing and screening, and Charles can speak to it more, but there are mechanical units on the roof. And I don't know if they.
Yeah, we usually.
So I think this may be part of the screen for it.
If you go to that 3D roof plan,
so I'm gonna show you.
You can see. Yeah, I mean, on this image here, you can start, but this is not from a street level. This is from higher up.
Yeah.
So this wouldn't actually be visible from the street level, but you can start to see some of those screening structures up there.
Okay.
Here on this roof plan, you can see the areas on both roofs where we're screening for mechanicals. There is one, just to give you a sense, there is one view, street level view, where you can see just a little bit of it poking up.
No, yeah, I get the gist of it. That's good.
And there you can see in this one, you just see that little tiny corner poking up.
Okay.
Back over in there.
And I think we went through this at our first hearing, but there's no planned access for the tenants to the roof other than what's built into those kind of luxury apartments.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No access. There is some roof access. It's more like a patio off the in the connector area. There is access to. Let me see if I can get to the right. Go in the right direction here
on the third.
Yeah. If I show it better in the elevation, I'll get there. So right here is a roof terrace. So that's a connector piece that connects through the townhouses up above. That's a public little roof terrace there.
Okay.
Which is nice because that building sort of steps back again.
Yep.
And there's an area for container gardens. And
thanks.
Bye.
Jeff, just wanted to ask if there is a code requirement for the garage to have 2 means of egress?
I'm not aware. You probably know.
No, I don't.
Better than I do.
Okay.
I don't think so. There would be for people, but for cars, I don't think so.
I think one of the major concerns, obviously, is if something happens at one entrance or exit and people are trying to get out, vehicles or whatever, that there would be no other way to get out. So at least by making that, an exit only provide some other escape route from that lower level, particularly for residents.
And we've checked into the current revised code about electric charging stations for the number of spaces that you have in there, and
Yeah, we have 4 in there.
20%, and is what I think is no, it's 5% have to be.
Whatever it is, there'll be the
Yeah.
code requirement will be in there.
will be met.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's gonna have to.
And like bicycles, it might not be bad to have a couple of extra,
Right.
regardless of where we're going now in the country, but yep.
Well, what I heard most from the first hearing was the concern of the pedestrian scale of the streetscape. So, as a board, I think that's something we have to wrap our heads around, especially because there are other projects that also have first level parking, and we need to figure out as a planning board, what is an acceptable treatment for an apartment building in the central business gateway district that has first floor parking below. So I think this is the project to think about that. Carolyn, I don't know if there's any tidbits of code that we should be considering when we're thinking about these sorts of things.
Well, I think the form-based code does talk about that treatment and breaking up the facades and the pattern to for that sort of pedestrian scale and the connectivity of the sort of the patterning throughout from first floor on up. There's also a break in height from that first level parking garage. If you look at the elevation, there's a little bit of a sort of step back, I guess, at that parking garage level. But the applicant, I think, addressed the window openings by making them smaller and more consistent with the openings above, and then adding the different green space along the walls in addition to the trees. Certainly a lot more texture and variation in the building, both the building materials and the way that they're situated along the sidewalk than the other two parking garages we have in downtown, the police station garage along Gothic Street and along, and the parking garage down here behind Thorns. So I think those are the sort of the baseline of the context, those two parking garages. And so then the board can evaluate this project against that, but also obviously using the form-based code, which wasn't in place when we had those other two parking garages built.
So if I understand correctly, the applicant could have come in and pitched no parking at all underneath, and it could have been more apartments or it could have been retail spaces. But I assume for enhanced marketability, you want to provide some of the tenants with parking. So Chris, I don't know if that's kind of part of your question too.
Yeah, and it is. And then there's also the build to line right here. So you have to be between 0 and 10 feet setback.
Yeah.
What's our setback here?
It ranges from a couple of feet to, I think, 5 or 6 feet as you approach Elm Street, because just the odd shape of the lot. But yeah, the northern end, we're within a couple of feet, not less than 2 feet. Yeah.
Or it could be further with a plaza area. So at that corner is the park. So it's further. Yeah.
Foundations can't extend over the property line either. So you have to excavate down, pour your footings. All that has to be, can't extend beyond the property lines.
Yeah.
Even just for structural reality, the building has to be set back at least a couple feet.
Yeah. Right. And there's a lot of competing, particularly with the form base. There's the use zone. There's I forget what the but there's a buffer requirement, and so trying to squeeze in the planters and meet the setbacks, and it's the
Right. Yeah, I mean, we ask for this public space on the sidewalk, but then we also say you can't be too far back. So you're really, it's a pretty fine line there.
Yes. Been a challenge.
Well, I think that's a good point to sort of think about. There's all of this as a package. So there's a request for, that to maintain those 2 curb openings, and the allowance is if it's not possible to go down to 1, but you've got this long frontage and trying to accommodate, the building. There's also the building coverage piece of that form-based code the goal is to cover the frontage with as much building as possible. So you've got that piece too. And then the step backs and the public-private space between the buildings. So all of it is sort of one big package to evaluate and think about, how to accommodate all of those, plus the realities of construction and, like where the footings are, but also the costs and the materials and all of that goes into the project.
I'd like to, commend the work of the Historic Commission. I think the changes that we've seen here tonight really do make a difference in terms of that streetscape and sort of cohesion with different elements of downtown. So good job to those folks for pushing this project forward in this way. And I think to your point, Chris, that, I'm much happier with what we're seeing here tonight in terms of what that experience will be walking down State Street for pedestrians, not having headlights coming out, that kind of warmer, more consistent facade, I think, and then the trees, all of that will make a big difference to making this a more welcoming approach.
I'm seeing here in the desired character also, this is 350-22.3A2, where it talks about green stormwater management, ornamental landscaping, and those sorts of things. So I do like that we have those kind of stormwater features right along the sidewalk. That really softens it up.
They've really been baked into this overall concept for stormwater management. It's kind of an interesting project in that regard. There's a lot of little bits and pieces that all work together.
Should you?
Oh, I was just going to commend the developers for responding to our comments and concerns from previous discussions. And I think the project is improved, and it's going to be an asset.
So I think we've heard at least one sort of, George, I'm sorry, did you have a comment? I was just, okay. Well, I was going to start maybe talking about conditions. So if you have more questions or comments.
Could you clarify for me one more time? So we have some concerns about all this extra vehicular traffic. And I know we did a traffic study and all this, that could be loss of service, but that's a very busy intersection and we're worried about cars queuing up. And how are you going to deal with the exit onto State Street? If I'm driving down State Street and I want to pull into that garage, what will I see as a driver that says, don't pull in here?
There's going to need to be some signage on the entrance that says no entrance or exit only, or there be signs somehow.
Okay, it's not on the plan here.
I don't.
It's not spec on the plan, but okay.
Minor details, but the smaller details, I don't think. But we certainly, it's intended to be an exit only, so it's got to be signed somehow.
Great.
I mean, that gate control could also be made so that it doesn't open from.
Yep. You're gonna have those spiky things, those alligator teeth.
Those are pedestrian friendly.
Yep. Urban. I'm a new tenant and I'm moving in and I have a big truck from A to Z coming in. How am I going to deal with that parking situation there to get my furnishings upstairs?
I think the intent probably would be to pull into that main, where the dumpsters are and probably unload there. I don't know. Yeah. And they can get into the garage also. So if there's, they can get temporary access into the garage, they could unload, at the base of the elevator and bring, furniture up the elevator. I would
they wouldn't be head height for, a big full.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, it's right.
The head height will not allow trucks to get in there really, or anybody with a bike rack on top.
I think there's 8 to 10 feet of head height.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess, yeah, big cities, you have a way to get in touch with the parking department and bag off meters if so trucks come and they could park out front. But
Right.
yeah, I just anticipate that that's going to be a clogging setup, especially the first of the month perhaps. Or so if there's when I look at those dumpsters, that's made for the garbage folks and recycling to come in there and pick that up. Is there space beyond the entrance doors, the bay doors to park so you're not blocking that driveway?
I mean, it's a 22-foot wide, width. So there's certainly room for a car to, or a van to pull off to one side and still, drive around it. Or drive past it.
Okay.
I mean, it wouldn't be, the dumpster access would just be a temporary, in and out. But there would be room there to, pull beyond that entrance or exit and, park a truck temporarily, if that's the question.
I think so. That's the question, right?
You could still walk by or pass by,
Okay, those are the transformers there just beyond the entrance.
Yep, in this location.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a mechanical room access, pedestrian access, a little bit further in.
Okay. And the treatment of the sidewalk there on that driveway, it's just a concrete sidewalk.
Yes.
So are we concerned at all about marking that in any way for pedestrians or that car interaction? There's no, again, I'm thinking of the bicycles coming and going to that bicycle areas in the back corner, and they'll be coming out these bay doors probably, but I'm also thinking just about pedestrians crossing that street.
I mean, it's concrete all the way across that drive entrance. It's got to be, continuous concrete sidewalk.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a difference in material along the sidewalk, but then it would revert to, asphalt as the driveway goes in.
Okay. Thanks.
I just have a question about dumpsters, trash and recycling for the restaurant, cafe, whatever the use in the rectory is, whatever the use in the church is. Where are they putting their trash?
There's a compactor that will serve at least the residential portion. But I think, the restaurant, and those spaces would all need to share that same dumpster. So it's just going to be a more frequent pickup.
But how are they getting their trash to it?
They would have to, wheel along the sidewalk presumably, or through the garage. They could go through the garage.
I don't think there's access to the garage from their space.
That corner door, access to that.
That there is a second means of egress out of that restaurant space that brings you out right into that opening there at the connector piece. I mean, if you go to that architectural plan.
So they'll be wheeling through the garage, like the entire length of the parking area?
Yeah, so there is access out this, there's pedestrian access out through this lower level, but then, they could, it would be bringing it the length of the garage.
And down the stairs from the restaurant too, right?
Right. Yeah, there's stairs. Yeah, because that back half is of this building is considered is like a prep kitchen for the restaurant up above.
Oh, I see.
So there would be communication back and forth. So they would bring their trash down into that space and then stage it and then bring it out, roll it out to the dumpster.
That's a good question, Chris. We don't want to see small USA dumpsters out in the park or in the back of that cafe patio, really.
You could condition it to say the only allowed dumpster on site is as shown on the plan.
It is a good question because we've talked I mean, yes, they could go through the garage, but if somebody chose instead to go out on the sidewalk, we've talked a lot about the sidewalk experience there. And if there's people pushing trash cans back and forth frequently, that would have an impact on the pedestrian experience there for sure.
I'm just wondering if there should be a secondary area at the level of the restaurant, rectory, church, where you would also have trash pickup.
Right, the rectory slash.
They're going to need their,
hotel.
Otherwise they're going across the grassy area and down the stairs.
I mean, there could potentially be something small enough for, they don't anticipate generating large volumes of trash for those particular uses. I don't think, or for the rectory use it as an inn, it would be just incidental, sort of temporary. It's not going to be large amount of food and that kind of stuff. I wouldn't think so. It could.
The occasional wastebasket.
Right.
Over time, they might offer continental breakfast.
In the inn?
In the inn, yeah. I mean, we have to anticipate that there's gonna
certainly
be recycling.
Bins, the roll-off bins there, the 3x3 bins at the end of that, drive.
Like a little screen enclosure right there.
The rectory is gonna put bins out there no matter what.
Right.
They're gonna have to. And then the dump trucks are gonna come in that access to pick them up. That's gonna happen. So if you wanna have the restaurants have the option of bringing them up to those, maybe that's up to them.
So then we would condition that needs to be shown on the plans with some kind of screening, right? So you don't see them from Elm Street or.
Yeah, I think so. I think that would make sense.
So that's one potential condition, to have some screened trash receptacles that would service the rectory and could potentially be used by the restaurant as well. We also heard George, I think, proposed a potential condition that the open space in the back western part of the parcel be left open and accessible for residents and other users of the site. There are a few other recommended conditions from the staff report. So I'm going to run through those now. Prior to any site disturbance, the applicant shall install tree protection in accordance with the recommendation of a certified arborist. Finalize and accord with any stormwater permit requirements as we've discussed. Submit final plans prior to issuance of a building permit. I believe Carolyn, 4 and 5 have already been addressed related to the planters and the flexi-pave.
Yep.
And prior to certificate of occupancy, submission of as-built exterior lighting showing compliance with the ordinance, and confirmed calculations for tree replacement and or payment in lieu. I know you described there's obviously going to be some plantings on site, so we'll can figure out that exact calculation when the project is complete.
The other thing I heard that you all discussed was that's not on the plans is a no entry sign at that garage, the southerly garage entrance, and a gated restriction to prevent entry.
Parking on that side of the street stops.
It stops just prior to that egress. And so we've got the same number of spaces, they just shift a little bit, but it's the same number of parallel parking spaces along State between those two curb cuts.
I had seen a calculation of like the hydraulic grade lines for drainage in the street that went back. Was that acceptable to whoever it was sent to? They're on board with that?
Yeah, so that's so the DPW did issue a stormwater permit.
Oh,
so yeah,
so it is. Okay, great. Excellent.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Or if not, perhaps a motion to close the public hearing?
Okay, I'll move that we close the public hearing.
I second.
All those in favor of closing the public hearing? George, you look like you might have a question. He is not.
Nope.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of closing the public hearing? Okay. So we've talked about the conditions recommended by staff, as well as the conditions related to screened trash receptacles, open space in the back, and signage and gate control at that exit onto State Street. Other discussion, conditions, or does somebody want to make a motion?
Do we need to specifically state that there's only 5.5 feet of sidewalk clearance?
As a part of approval, you're approving the site plan as shown. So you can just acknowledge that the sidewalk is approved at 5.5 instead of 6 feet.
Okay. So I guess we acknowledge that as well.
We do. It is acknowledged. Yes, not a condition, just yes. And not a waiver either, just acceptance of the plans.
All right, well, I move to approve the project at
3 Elm Street.
3 Elm Street with the conditions as noted.
Okay.
And we have a site plan and a special permit, so we're just, the motion is
Yeah, both.
combined,
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
and I will second that.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of approving? Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good luck. Yes. All right. It is 8:27 p.m. In a few minutes, we're going to open up our next hearing, but we're going to take about a 4-minute recess to refill water bottles, stretch our legs, etc. So we'll be back shortly to open up our next hearing about Phillips Place.
I lost my address at the most important time. Where'd it go?
I keep getting, I'm like, is it State Street? All these at Phillips Place.
Yeah.
I can ask Carolyn. Facilities work.
Yeah, what time is, so you should get there before. Okay, all right, let me tell
Sometimes just like know the answer. The answer is.
I think it's happening. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think. We worked, I met him down, we had a gather down. The same. I'm doing it. So. I'm frozen.
What you did for a week when I was 11? Yeah, just as a matter of when they sell it. She'll leave everything. It's not, it's a lot of business. I know we do it, that's right. Community feedback.
On your shoulders.
Delegated under my aid and say that my daughter, to make sure. I told her, this sometimes works, not always, but I have, I'll take a picture of each one and I put it in a folder for her birthday. Sometimes that's.
We had no problem.
Yeah, it's honestly been the same with Stella and I. So he's the little art setback, right?
All right. Good to see you, John. How are you? Very good.
Hey, how you doing?
Interesting. Yeah. I see you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, we could talk about the garbage. Sure, next with it. I don't know. That's true.
I love the end. I mean, you never said it.
All right, folks, I think we're going to get started here with our next hearing, which is for a site plan and special permit by Sarah Stein O'Connell Hawley LLC for a new multi-story 58,000 square foot residential building and site development at Phillips Place and Holly Street, Northampton, map ID 32A-170 and 197. Before we hear from the applicant, I just want to go over again kind of what the process will be in case anybody's joined us in person or on Zoom. So we're first going to hear a presentation from the applicant. The board will then have a chance to discuss and ask questions of the applicant. We will then open it up for public comment, first in chambers and then on Zoom, and I'll give more information about that when we get to that point. So it looks like we have a presentation from the applicant. Go ahead. And can you make sure that your mic is green?
Yes, the mic is green.
Thank you.
Did you do anything to screen share?
Just like
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, perfect. My name is Sarah Stein. I'm the president of O'Connell Development Group, ODG. I'm first going to introduce our firm. I'm going to introduce the project, and then I'm going to introduce the team that we put together. ODG is based in Holyoke. We've been in business for 50 years in real estate development and 100 years prior to that as a contractor. Over this time, we've done work all over New England, but we've maintained a heavy focus on our home market here in Western Massachusetts. The majority of our portfolio is located within 50 miles of our office in Holyoke. Here in Northampton, we own and manage income-restricted senior housing, and we recently developed and sold 12 high-end condominiums. The development we are now proposing, the Holly Street Residences, is located at the corner of Holly Street and Phillips Place in Ward 3 in Northampton. It is located across from the former St. John Canius Church. The site is currently an asphalt parking lot. The redevelopment of this parking lot will consist of the construction of a 5-story building, creating 54 new market rate rental apartments. The first floor, the ground level, will be a garage providing 25 parking spaces for residents. Living space is provided on floors 2 through 5. As outlined in Northampton's 2021 comprehensive plan, and more recently in Governor Healy's comprehensive housing plan, there's a need for housing all across the state. Northampton has been ahead of the curve in Massachusetts with regards to income-restricted affordable housing. What we have currently put forward is middle market rate rental housing. The proposed units vary in size from 425 square foot studios to 1,050 square foot 2-bedroom, 2-bath units. The intent is to provide multi-generational housing for a variety of residents at different price points. The footprint of the building will be 11,537 square feet. The footprint exceeding 10,000 square feet is the only aspect of the proposed development that requires a special permit per the form-based zoning for the Central Business Side Street District. All other elements of the design align with the character-based zoning described in section 350.22.2, CB Side Street. This includes targeting redevelopment of underutilized sites, it's currently a parking lot, off-street parking that is primarily hidden from view, limiting curb cuts. The proposed development eliminates one existing curb cut on Holly Street, and buildings built to the edge of the sidewalk. This project will create a new streetscape at the corner of Holly Street and Phillips Place. The special permit to exceed the 10,000 square foot footprint is requested to best utilize the size of the lot and to create as many parking spaces on the first floor as possible, as well as to utilize a single curb cut for indoor parking rather than 2 curb cuts, one for indoor and one for outdoor parking. Here with me today to speak to the project is John Furman from VHB, the civil engineer of record, Neris Bunellis of Khalsa Design, KDI, the architect for the project. Attorney Tom Reedy of Bacon Wilson is here to address any questions that may come up regarding zoning. And also here from my team on ODG are Eric Samuels and Dan Sullivan. I'll turn it over to John.
Good evening, everybody. John Furman. I'm the office manager for VHB in Springfield and also the engineer of record, as Sarah had mentioned, for this project. We're the civil designers for this application in front of you. We've also analyzed the stormwater and performed a traffic study for this as well. Down arrow. So I'll walk through the site plan first. What you're seeing in front of you here is a zoom of our layout materials plan. This shaded area, which you see right here, is the actual footprint of the building. The site is zoned CBS, Central Business Side District. Because it's a corner lot, we have 2 frontages on Phillips Place and Holly Street. The build to zone setback applies to both of these. So we are within that district within that setback on both of these lots. The building wall face itself varies from about 2.5 feet to 3 feet along Phillips and about 1.5 to 2 on Holly. We also have, as our architect will describe, we have bump outs and the overhangs actually protrude a little closer to that setback as well. On the 2 sides of us, south and east, are residential URC, urban residential zones. In the Central Business District, those carry a 0 setback line. However, because it is a change in zone, we have a district transition setback or buffer of 20 feet. We are taking advantage of reducing that to 10 feet by the introduction of a solid fence along both property lines. So along this southern property line, we are approximately 10 feet from the property line. Along this side here, this property line varies. So it's about 15 in the front and about 16.5 in the back. Sarah had mentioned curb cuts. We have 1 curb cut into the area. So what we've done is we've superimposed the footprint of the building and the parking lot. Normally we don't do that, but it was the only way to really show where the parking spaces were. We have 25 spaces within the bottom floor here, which you can see. We have one curb cut in and out on this side here. There is a separator between this curb cut here. And this is an actual access apron for a roll-off dumpster. So this has a screen in front of it, which will normally be closed until pickup. The screen goes up, it gets rolled out, picked up, and then pushed back in. But access into the garage is only through this area here. The main access to the building is within this footprint here, this courtyard here. It enters into a foyer area where you can access the elevator. There is another entrance in the front here to a bike storage area, which Urias will talk about. Along both frontages, Holly and Phillips, we are actually adding sidewalks. Holly has a sidewalk right now. Condition is fairly poor, so we're pulling that out and we're replacing it. And we're continuing that right along to the entrance area here. So this building has a notch in it, which you'll see in the elevations, which is intended to provide the setback for visibility at the intersection. Phillips has no sidewalk along the southern side right now. We're introducing one. I'll flip in a minute to a landscaping plan so you can see how we're treating that. As far as ADA improvements, the building is ADA accessible, as are the sidewalks around it. Oops. We are replacing the ADA ramp and curbing on this corner, as well as the ADA ramp and the curbing on the opposite corner in front of the church, constructing 2 ADA ramps on either side, as well as restriping the crosswalk across Phillips in that area. I'm going to guess I'll go to the landscaping. So we have, you can see that we have some patterned concrete within the footprint area. Between the 2 front setback areas, we have low, against the building, we have low foundation plantings because of the relief in the building face, which goes in and out. Where we have against the building, we have one type of plant where it juts out more. We have a different type of low planting. We have introduced street trees. These along Phillips, I believe, are lilacs, if I'm not mistaken. We have larger trees planted along the eastern property line, which I believe are hawthorns. And then here we have 2 varying species of trees, which are cherries. And again, in additional, we have low plantings along both of the frontages. From the curb cut perspective, you can see it easily here. We meet all the requirements for designing the curb cut. We are 50 foot from this edge to the intersection distance, which that was a code requirement. We also have a code requirement of 100-foot distance between this and the next curb cut on the side of the street. We are approximately 150 feet, so we exceed that. The fencing along the side here is proposed to be solid, so that we can realize that 10-foot reduction in the buffer zone. We do have doors along this side here, so we have a sidewalk within this area, which provides us access to these doors. From a traffic perspective, there was a full traffic study that was done for the project. We performed counts in late December at the Holly Street, Market Street, Bridge Street intersection, at the Holly Street, Phillips Place intersection, the Holly Street and Holyoke Street, and Pomeroy Terrace and Phillips Place. Our traffic study compared to 2 trip generation rates. The first that we used was the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is the common ground for all traffic studies being performed. And then we also use the City of Northampton's trip generation rates from your zoning. The Northampton rates are much more conservative, or provide a much more conservative analysis than ITE. Using the Northampton rates, during the peak hour, there was 54 new trips generated by this development. Using the ITE rates, there was 12. So it's about 4 times as much traffic generated using the ITE rates. The traffic counts showed that the morning peak hour is between 7:45 and 8:45, and the evening peak hour is between 4 and 5. So between those hours, using the Northampton rates, there are 27 vehicles entering and exiting the property, and IT E-rates, there's 12. The capacity analysis was performed at all the intersections that we stated. None of the intersections experience a lowering of the level of service. We performed the analysis under existing conditions to determine how they're operating now. And then under the traffic study, we did a 7-year outlook to 2031 with no build. What would those intersections do if we didn't do anything here? And then a 2031 build, and compared that with this project here. Between the 2031 build and no build, there was virtually no difference between any of the analysis. The analysis was the same, and there is a change in the queue length for some of these intersections, but not enough to make the level of service degrade down. As a result, there are no offsite mitigations that we're planning for the project. The building itself, which you can see here, we have 25 spaces parking within the building footprint under the central business side street zone. As you are aware, we are not required to provide any. However, the developer thought it was important to provide some convenience parking for the residents that here. It'll be I believe it's a first come, first serve. All of these spaces will be EV ready. 25% of them will be actually energized as electric, which meets current code. The last thing that I will talk about is the stormwater. We have been coordinating with Doug McDonald on our stormwater management. Prior to doing the design, we had a conference call with Doug. This lot is currently fairly close to 100% pavement. There's pretty much nothing else on it right now. There are no stormwater controls. Any dirt and contamination that might be on the parking lot surface from cars going in basically rolls from the east to the west, and it rolls out the Holly Street curb cut and into the street. What we are planning to do right now is the plan that we have shown in front of you now actually has a decrease in the amount of impervious surface because we're adding landscaping along the two perimeters and across the front. As a result of that, the stormwater generated by the development is less than what's being existing on the site during the peak hour. In addition, the stormwater that is within the garage comes in, which is basically dripping off of cars during a rain event. That is collected and it actually has to enter the sewer by code. It goes through an oil and water separator and then goes into the city sewer system. The roof water itself is considered by DEP standards to be clean. So we're collecting that and we're discharging that directly into the city system through the connection into Holly Street. The landscaping itself, our landscape designer, Greylock Design Associates, is an urbanistic type designer. The designs he puts forward do not rely on irrigation, so there will be no irrigation system for the plants that are there. They're intended to survive without that. We have got a round of comments from Doug. The last ones came in and he was basically just questioning the type of pipe material that we were connecting into the street. So we clarified that and we sent that back to him. He was trying to get the comments back to you before tonight's meeting. We responded only yesterday to him, so I'm not sure he got those back, but I'm not anticipating that we're going to have many more comments to address from the stormwater perspective. So that is generally the presentation I have for the site perspective, traffic study and stormwater. I'll turn it over to our architect who can go over through the building. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the community. So continue John's presentation. We're gonna stay on the lower floor, and it's at the top. You see the first floor. Yeah. Sorry. So quickly try to orient everybody around the building. So the main entrance to the building will be at the corner of Hawley and Phillip Street, at the top right left corner, where we had vestibule entering into the lobby where the package room and all bike room and all the residential amenities, most of the residential amenities are. And on the right side of the building is all parking, as previously mentioned. One thing I want to mention is in terms of side grading is that whole first floor and garage floor is at the level, while Phillip Street grades goes up from the corner of Hawley and Phillip up towards the neighborhood on the Phillip Street. So Place, I'm sorry, Place, my bad. I will take opportunity to sort of go through on-site amenities as well. So the residents will benefit from shared amenities, which will promote convenience, community, and active living, like bike parking is included, the secured package room, oversized and flex lobby for possible gatherings, as well as common roof deck that will be shown on the upper floors. But in terms of public realm enhancements, we develop and extends its benefits beyond its walls, contributing to streetscape and the broader neighborhood environment with the added crosswalk, paved sidewalk along the Phillip Place, public biking, and sort of guest bike parking spaces, added trees along the Phillip Street and the Hawley Street to enhance walkability and provide shading, natural shade. At the building main entrance, we have recessed walls, recessed entry to provide sort of like a mini plaza that has possibility, opportunity for gathering of public seating. So the building has two egress shafts as well as an elevator. So going up to the upper floors where all the residential units are, but floors second to the fifth. I have to mention, so they are all pretty much stacking for efficiency of the construction, and all the programs previously mentioned is a mix of studios, 1 and 2 bedrooms, but I have to mention that all are Group 1 and Group 2 accessible units. Those who don't know, Group 1 are adaptable, Group 2 are already designed for accessibility. So so it ensures inclusivity and compliance with accessibility standards. Going up to the upper floors, here we're looking at the 5th floor, was slightly different than the lower floors, where we introduced the roof deck, shown here on the left, sort of partially covered and shaded roof deck. And on the lower part of this slide, you see the roof, where I can actually, sort of mention like green infrastructure and environmental performance of this project. It will be a sustainable and resilient development, using green strategies. It will be passive house certified. It's with a, ensuring exceptional energy efficiency. Will be all electric building, EV ready parking previously mentioned. Future solar array, which might need to be based on the passive house model, might be installed at the CO, but usually it will be future solar array. We see those dashed lines where the possibility to add a pretty extensive area of the PV system. It's passive shading, like for the roof deck. We have introducing heat island reduction strategies, which will be, white roofing, white TPO roofing, high albedo pavement, enhanced landscaping versus paved area, what this currently is. And then obviously new trees also mentioned for the shading. On the roof deck, couple items to mention are you see elevator overrun and stair access to the roof on the lower right corner, where we've introduced a sort of extended area for possible future mechanical. And you see sort of row of condensers along the center of the building, where typically we put them along the hallways. This might change to if the model, passive house model, says it has to be a central system or something like that. It might change, but it will be reduced area compared to this sort of like a worst case scenario. Next, so here's the rendering on the Hawley Street. So previously Sarah mentioned as well, the central business side street district. She touched the base on the, minimizing curb cuts, tucking or hiding parking, integrating design within the neighborhood and surrounding buildings. Also, development needs to follow the urban design principles as well. So when designing this building, mainly, we were thinking at early stages, thinking about massive. So we wanted to visually this building to look to appear like shorter from each street approach. I think on the Hawley Street approaches, we did that by recessing the upper floor and introducing the roof deck. So these are a couple of renderings, zoomed in view of that residential entrance. And then if you see the previously mentioned Phillips Place going up towards the neighborhood, which helps as well with the same goal of reducing sort of visually the building height. So if you look at from the Phillips Place, the building would appear like a 4-story building, which is from Hawley towards this view, it's like 6 feet grade change. So we thought, that we use that opportunity, sort of tuck in or slice in building into the grade. You see here added street trees as well. In terms of elevation and breaking up the facade, we introduce articulation, alternating base, projecting base on vertically to break up the mass. Horizontally, we introduce a clear line at the 4th floor with the cornices and sort of softer, more gentle materials at the 5th floor. The whole, the 1st floor, starting from the entrance towards the Phillips Place, the end of Phillips Place, we all have we introduced full brick veneer, which we propose of matching of existing church next door, same color, same brick color, same stone color. We also show louvers for the garage, which is still sort of to be determined, based on the performance of the building, if it's going to be enclosed or open louvers. In terms of materials, we are looking at the cementitious siding, whether it's going to be hardy like shakes or any cementitious material with the lap siding. Board and battens, as you see here on the base. and that's that will be, and that will end my part of the presentation. So if you have any questions, I'll be here. So next.
I wanted to just finish up with a couple things. Thanks, John and Neris. There's been some comments, and I can go back to a couple of these as well, but there's been some comments and concerns from the neighborhood that have come up over the last couple of weeks, both at the neighborhood meeting we held, at the city council meeting last week, and just things we've heard from folks. So I wanted to take a moment to speak to some of those items. Firstly, and I'd be happy to flip back through any of these after as well, but firstly, the former church building, 20 Holly Street. In late 2022, the CPC and City Council allocated a grant to us within the category of historical preservation. The grant was for $500,000. Starting in 2023 and finishing just earlier this month, we've restored the exterior of 20 Holly Street in accordance with design documents by Thaler Riley Wilson Architecture and Preservation. These plans were reviewed and approved by the Historical Commission of Northampton before the work took place. While the grant from the CPA was very much appreciated, I would like to clarify that it ended up covering less than 20% of the cost to restore the exterior of the building. This is in part because the work on the exterior of the building was more extensive than we originally imagined. The work included replacement of the roof and all the gutters, structural repair to the roof trusses, extensive masonry repointing and reconstruction, including major structural masonry repair work at the bell tower. That work, the requirement for that much of that work wasn't discovered until after the scaffolding was installed. We replaced all of the windows with the exception of the stained glass that will remain. There was unanticipated work at the cupola, which included hazardous material abatement, stabilization, and removal with a crane. The cupola is stored pending reinstallation. Site plan improvements were also made, including upsizing the site drainage system, which was undersized for the current building code. In the next few weeks, site work and landscaping will be completed at 20 Holly Street. As a condition of the CPC grant, in January of 2024, a historical restriction for the exterior of the building was filed with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, ensuring that the building is protected and will never be demolished. Through 2023 and 2024, we worked with multiple architects and engineers on designs for housing within the former church. Unfortunately, based on the existing structure and new foundation that would be required to install a second floor, housing was not a feasible option for this building. 20 Holly Street will be converted into the leasing office and an amenity space for the Holly Street residences. Second, there have been concerns raised about shading and the impact on our neighbors' ability to add solar panels to their homes. I wanted to clarify the distance of the proposed apartment building from the nearest existing building, which is at 25 Phillips Place. The survey shows here how the corner of the lots work between 25 Phillips Place, our corner lot, and 36 Holly Street. It's not one corner, it's offset by 10 feet here. There's this large existing multi-stem maple tree that you can see on the survey and also in the photo. Given the setback, as John mentioned, it's 15.5 feet at the corner, and then we're actually parallel to this Phillips Street, and the lot line is not perpendicular to Phillips Street, so it extends to 16.5 feet at the far end of the building, given about 28 feet from face to face of the two buildings. There've been concern, like I said, about the solar. So this is a shadow study completed by KDI. You can see the times of year along the side, times of day along the top. The study is part of our formal submission. It's available, and I'd be happy to share it with anyone who'd like to take a closer look at the surrounding buildings. I know it's hard to take a look right here. There's limited impact. Of course, the largest impact is at the winter solstice. But this, the impact at the spring, and then, you know, spring and fall are, of course, the same. Solstice is minimal. The landscaping plan, John already showed this, I just want to share it again, shows some of the trees that are going to be added. These trees in the back here, I think they're dogwood. We'll have to check that with Greylock, but regardless.
Who said dogwood?
What?
Yes, they are. Who said dogwood?
Oh, Coosa dogwood,
Yes.
okay. But anyway, these will be 25 feet of maturity. They're some nice, good-sized trees that add some privacy between our building and our nearest neighbor. Thirdly, we understand the concern regarding street parking that has been voiced by many in the neighborhood. As an owner in this area, we would support restricting street parking to residents, similarly to how it's handled on Kensington Avenue in Northampton. We would also like to work with the city to clarify the parking and no parking areas on the south end of Phillips Place. We know Phillips Place is a narrow street. And as John mentioned, we're moving the curb cut on Phillips Place. We're actually moving it 70 feet closer to the Holly Street intersection, which moves it away from the single-family homes farther up Phillips Place. In responding to comments from the planning board, we've added street trees along both Phillips and Holly. The 25 parking spaces in the garage located on the first floor will be assigned, and only those 25 people and their vehicles will have access to the garage. The existing parking lot has about 35 spaces. We've installed no parking signs and we've used the lot for construction purposes, but our understanding is prior to our purchase of the property, it was permit parking. And John mentioned some of this, but to restate, section 350-22.2 of the zoning ordinance for central business side street district speaks to parking. Within this zone, parking is only required for new construction of theaters or nightclubs. Section 350-8.1 also speaks to off-street parking requirements and indicates no parking is required for residential uses within the CB and CB side street districts. After a lot of consideration, study, and review of the unit to parking ratios, we made the decision to maximize the number of units and the variety of unit types that can fit in 4 stories of housing above the proposed footprint. Due to the surrounding nature of the area, including nearby PVTA service and proximity to downtown, not all residents will choose to own a car. Apartment residents and their guests also can utilize the hourly and monthly permit parking options offered by the city. Prioritizing housing over parking, as the Northampton zoning ordinance does, is forward-looking. O'Connell Development Group is a long-term holder of multifamily housing. Our intention is to build what the area needs going forward, not necessarily what's existed in the past. Lastly, there was an article published in the Gazette over the weekend. It mentioned concerns about who might live here. I'm going to assume that was somewhat taken out of context, but I wanted to speak to it. This isn't student housing, but I assume some college students will live here. This isn't senior housing, but it's ADA accessible and seniors are welcome. Councillor Rothenberg had mentioned a monthly rental range last week at the city council meeting of $2,000 to $3,500. She was pretty close. We're using $2,000 to $3,800 in our financial projections. This is mid-market, new construction rental housing. I don't know who will live in these units, but based on our market research, I have some guesses. Seniors, as has been mentioned, who are downsizing but want to stay in Northampton. Nurses, doctors, other medical professionals who work at Cooley Dickinson. Young people in their 20s and 30s who are new to the area or saving to buy a home. People who work at the businesses in Northampton and right now have very limited options to live where they work. And transplants, moving from different parts of the country. Western Massachusetts is a region that we anticipate may provide a new home for people leaving other parts of the country in the coming years. The vacancy rate for market rate rentals in the Northampton market is 2.5%. Most developers and planners see 5 to 7% as an ideal vacancy rate to balance the needs of tenants and landlords. It balances supply and demand. Right now, there's a need for more housing in this region. I also wanted to mention that we won't utilize broker fees. Leasing will be handled directly by Appleton Corporation, our affiliated property management group. I appreciate your time, and I'd welcome questions from the board and members of the community. I know this is a view showing it down Holly Street. If we're going to leave one up, I can switch to something that shows the details a little more. But anyway, we can move around that. Thank you.
So I see some hands up already. I just want to clarify, we're going to speak amongst the board and have a chance to ask applicants, and I'll let you know when we will welcome your comments shortly. But I want to first give a chance to board members to ask any preliminary questions that you have. I have a couple of clarifying questions to start. I believe, and perhaps I misheard, but I believe it was mentioned that there will be a sidewalk along the southerly edge of the building with doors into the building from there. Can you clarify that, please?
So on the south side here, there'll be a sidewalk added off Holly Street to come up either to the bike storage room, which is the bottom of the page. You can walk up further, access the garage, which is next to the handicap space, or you can walk even further and access the stairwell, which would go up to the upper floors.
And will that access be by key fob or something? It will be limited to residents?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I apologize if I missed this in your presentation. Can you speak toward the amount of bike parking that you have available?
I'll have to get back to you on that. We'll have at least what's required by code. Right now, we have this room that is on the southern corner for interior resident bike parking, and we have some bike racks on the exterior that are shown in the rendering. I think this one, we have a couple of bike racks there at the corner for visitors. But we can take a look at exactly what, we haven't looked into what system for bike storage, like was mentioned earlier. I know there's different systems of racks that can, you can hang your bikes. That's a detail we frankly haven't gotten to yet.
Okay. It sounds like you're not 100% sure what's going to be happening with the roof mechanicals. We saw in the last presentation some renderings of visibility and of screening. Will any of the proposed, one of the other speakers described it as a sort of worst case scenario. In that worst case scenario, is any of that going to be visible from the street?
The intention would be to have solar. As Neer's mentioned, we still need to do our passive house analysis. Sorry. So this shows that there are some parapets. Sorry.
That's fine.
Go ahead. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, just the way it's placed over the center of the building, it will not be able to, it won't be visible from the street perspective in a way, so far from the edge. And if it gets reduced to central system, it's also going to be in the middle of in the center of a building, so it's not possible to see. I know it's visible in an elevation view, which will never be a human perspective.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions from board members? George.
There's another roof deck there kind of on Hawley Street.
Yeah.
Is that kind of a common space?
But yeah,
can you approach the microphone just so people on Zoom can hear you? Thank you.
Of course. The majority of that is common. Just come over that floor plan. Oh, you can actually see it well here. The portion over to the left, that smaller square, is a private roof deck for one unit, and the much larger portion to the right from the bump out that says 32 Holly is a common for all residents.
Stacy, you had a question?
Yeah. This is regarding the setbacks on the sort of, I guess it would be the eastern and southern sides where this might be a question for you, Carolyn. There's a 20-foot setback requirement. Is that right? But then if you have a fence that is,
you can reduce it to
6-foot fence or. Yeah.
I believe it was shown in the plans as 6 foot.
Okay. And how much can you reduce the setback?
To 10.
Carolyn, could you also clarify, we heard a bit about their communications with DPW about stormwater. Do they require a permit? Has it been issued?
So they amended the original stormwater permit that was granted for the overall project that was permitted previously, sort of that looked at combined sites, and that's been granted.
Okay. All right. Unless there are any other questions from the board, I'm going to open it up for public comment. I'm going to go through again sort of what the process is going to be here. So we're going to take comment here in chambers first, and then invite anybody on Zoom who wants to speak to give comment. When you in person or online approach the mic, please give your name and address. Remember to address your comments to us on the board. We will collect them, aggregate them, discuss them, and ask them at the end, get clarification at the end as needed. I do want to remind folks that, every issue that's raised is one issue. So just because multiple people bring it up doesn't change how we're going to consider that in our ruling. It's just one more matter for us to take into consideration. So I ask you to try not to repeat what people before you have said. As before, I'm going to also ask folks to keep their comments fairly brief so that we can hear. I know there's a lot of people here tonight who want to speak. We want to hear from all of you. So please do try to keep your comments brief. I also want to reiterate, we received a lot of written public comment in advance of the meeting. We've all gone through that. It's part of the public record. And I'm just going to go over briefly what's there so we've heard and are considering these concerns. So again, you don't need to repeat them here. We did hear from numerous people writing in favor of the project, that it will help downtown business owners, create needed housing stock, access to downtown amenities means less reliance on cars, that this location in this neighborhood is best suited to a larger building compared to other spots. And people also wrote in with concerns about the rezoning of this parcel, which happened several years ago. There were some questions about the district transitional buffer building height, traffic, parking, and related safety concerns, the scale and character relative to the neighborhood, and some existing issues with flooding in this area, and might they be exacerbated by this project. So again, we have heard those concerns, and some of them have already been addressed. We will address them in due course. So with that, I will invite other comments, please.
Thank you. My name is Jane Potter, and I live at 42 Phillips Place. And I just like to say that, this is a wonderful project, and I completely agree with development and with infill. But what I'd like to show you and tell you a little bit about is the rest of the street, which is not shown in any of these things. So Phillips Place, if you don't know our road, it's Phillips Place, not Phillips Street, it's a one-lane farm road built in the 1820s. It is 1 block long. It is filled with beautiful Victorian houses. It was once the most historic and elegant part of Northampton. It's a really nice hidden secret, and I encourage you to come and look at it if you can. We're very proud of it. The houses are significant, lots of architectural distinction, but it's also this, and this is important. I hope you will hear me on this. We also have a lot of infill. I have 28 units from Coolidge Village in my backyard. There are 28 units immediately adjacent to us on Bridge Street, which we're thrilled about. It's affordable housing. It's very attractive. There are 6 units in an apartment building in a Victorian house next to us, not all of them occupied. Across the street from us, there are 3 apartment buildings. Again, across the street from us, 1 house was taken down to make 4 expensive condos. At the end of our street are 2 beautiful buildings currently being renovated into multiple units. We feel that we're doing our part, as everyone should do, to create more housing. How much can one road take? I'd like to also say something else. At the end of our street, we have Cutchins. We're very proud of it. Cutchins is an incredible facility for at-risk children. Cutchins relies on, and we see on a daily basis, ambulances, police trucks, public safety vehicles. We applaud this and we love Cutchins and we try to support them. The other end of the street, and one more thing, please, is a church. The College Church, which offers public housing, public outreach health care, which is wonderful, which brings a lot of new people into our neighborhood. They have homeless programs that bring people up and down our street. We're really proud of this. And we're really proud of all the different kinds of people who live on our street, seniors, rich people, students. I applaud the diversity. Trouble is, we've also got double parking. We're a detour truck route, and some of my colleagues here will show you some pictures. You're not seeing the context into which this monstrosity is to be placed. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go. Yeah, you can. I'll hold this. Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Fred Zimnock. I've lived at Pomeroy Terrace for almost a half a century. I use my automobile for transportation to drive around town in Phillips Place most days of the week. It's a favorite Phillips Place is a favorite parking place for folks who work downtown. Thus, during shopping hours, it's almost always filled with parked cars, making single-lane passage difficult and making one-way passage in winter nearly impossible. And this case is certainly a safety issue. So, okay, on the picture here, we have a car. My car was trying to get through, and I had to stop to take a look to see if I could make it through without turning down my side windows. Phillips mirrors, and here is a truck. Phillips Place is a truck escape route. This truck couldn't make it through, so they had to get a tractor to turn around the end of the vehicle so it could get through the street. It's a very difficult street to manage. On February 20th of 2025, the neighbors learned from O'Connell Development Group that they plan to construct an apartment building with 54 units and parking spaces for 25 cars at 32 Holly Street. If we conservatively assume 1.15 cars per family, this leaves 37 cars that need a parking space. While zoning is in favor of ODGs, the fact remains that the current evidence on Phillips Place is that everyone working downtown does not find parking downtown and convenient or affordable. So it's unrealistic to assume that these automobiles, the extra, will be absorbed in city parking lots. I looked at the city ordinances and special permits. 350.10.1.c.2 says that the requested use will promote the convenience and safety of vehicular and pedestrian movements within the site and on adjacent streets and minimize traffic inputs. Discussion above and the picture indicates that this necessary requirement to grant the permit is, at least in my opinion, not being satisfied right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, just want to note what Fred said, that the renderings make the street look about 4 times as wide as it actually is. I'm Nina. I live on Phillips Place. It is.
Can we have your last name, please, also?
Oh, Nina Shield.
Thank you.
That safety is a concern here. The intersection of Holly and Bridge is designated by Mass DOT as a top crash location, specifically a pedestrian crash cluster. I'll submit the data for the record. The safety concern was significant enough to warrant a Mass DOT and City of Northampton to jointly conduct a road safety audit in 2020. The study identifies many safety issues and propose proposes significant safety enhancements, including improving roadway geometry, upgrading signal equipment, and improving signage. If this development is relying on people walking and taking transit, how can there be the safety issue at the main intersection where they will be funneled? The infrastructure improvement must be in place before development of this scale, not simply in conjunction with Picture Main Street, which I believe is the current plan to make changes to that intersection. Picture Main Street's design report states that Lower Main Street, which has a higher traffic volume, already functions well, but the crash summary of Table 8 in the traffic impact assessment shows that crashes are occurring at this intersection at a 41% higher rate than the statewide average, supporting the need for further study and mitigation to support the proposed pedestrian traffic. I believe that the assertion that most tenants won't have cars is unrealistic. However, if we go along with that, then we must consider how we'll be moving 70 plus additional residents per day between the building and the bus stop on Main Street and plan bike lanes there, given that they're relying heavily on more people using transit to support the lack of parking capacity on site. This plan fails in the purpose stated in section 350-11.1 to assure safe and efficient vehicular and pedestrian movement, as well as 350-10.1.c.2, which Fred cited, so I will not. I think this project should be peer reviewed across the board: privacy, safety, parking, traffic, and integration with Picture Main Street. And after this meeting, I'll extend a site visit invitation for any member of the board who would like to see it for themselves. Thank you.
Sorry, one clarification before you leave. The intersection you're talking about is Hawley Street and Bridge Street, not Hawley Street and Phillips.
Correct.
Okay.
But that is where everyone will go if they are indeed going to the bus.
Yep.
Or down.
Hi, my name's Matthew Hoey. I live at 16 Butler Place. I'm the transplant that you talk about. We moved here from Boston. I grew up in Somerville. When I grew up in Somerville, we were the 9th most densely populated city in America. I'm not afraid of density. I lived among triple deckers. And when this developer picked up $500,000 in welfare money to shore up his church, we were all cheering him on. We were excited. We saw the condos that were built, and we expected more of those. We really were happy for them, and we wanted to see it go well. Now we got this egregious, massive behemoth of a building, and this isn't a NIMBY thing. We know we need more housing. Ideally, there'd be some affordable units. But if any of you lived in our neighborhood and you knew that a building the size of, give or take, the size of Thorns was going to be dropped in your neighborhood, you would not be in favor of this. Some people have mentioned, I don't want to repeat the points, but some people have mentioned the parking issues. Now, I'm at 16 Butler. There's one house next to me, and then you have the Arts Center. It takes one semi-successful event on their part. Could be a record sale, could be a book sale. Now, my wife and I work at home in cars. After that parking lot fills at the Arts Center, they drive all around the neighborhood. Now, this idea that someone's moving to Western Mass as a transplant, as a college kid, as an elderly person, am I supposed to believe that they're going to be jumping at 10 speed to go food shopping at the Big Y? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Okay. You move to Western Mass, you need a car. You got to jump on the Pike. You need to go to a doctor's appointment. There's not enough parking. And as it is, there's not enough parking in the neighborhood. We got a church, we got a school, we got a performing arts center. It's just too big of a building. It needs to come down slightly. And now, no offense, but I can't take the word of these people, because since we've lived there, we've had a real problem with the church and with the parking lot in the winter. They don't maintain their property and they don't clean the walks. I've been there for 3 winters. So I had my city councilor, my fantastic city councilor, had to contact the police and had to contact the developer. And the developer says, oh my goodness, we're so sorry that we botched it this storm. We must have had some poor communication with the contractor who clears the snow. I get the receipts. I've had to call the Northampton Police Department. I've had to leave voicemails with O'Connell.
Thank you, sir.
Go over there and throw salt. As it is, the neighborhood can't even count on them to clear a walkway. How can we count on them to maintain around a building of this size? And as for taking their word for it in the parking, my common sense and my lived experience is it's just not enough parking. One concert at the Holly Arts Center, it's going to turn the neighborhood into chaos.
Thank you, sir.
I have some information here. Can I hand it out? Or is this the demarcation line? I can't get any closer. My name is Colin Hoffmeister and I live at, my property is 25 Phillips Place. I have owned the property since 1993. I've been a taxpayer for 32 years now. I am not opposed to dense housing, and the original plan for the parking lot was to build 3 duplex condos, 6 condos. I was for that. I think the whole neighborhood was for it. And that also met the guiding principles of the Sustainable Northampton Plan. Now, a special permit must meet all the criteria to be issued. My comments are going to reference the special permits criterion 350-10.1, C1, site plan approval criterion 350-11.6A, site plan approval purpose 350-11.1. Now, the specific impact for me personally, to have a building of this scale, 55 feet tall, some 60 feet wide, 160 or 180 feet long, I don't know exactly, I could be wrong on that. It's going to be absolutely devastating to me personally. Privacy and security. I will be faced with 44 windows. The original plan said 15.5 feet. I guess it's like closer to 28 feet. Irrespective, they'll be looking directly into my property, over my property. I have skylights. Everything was designed for the southwest facing to capture light. It'll be devastating. I don't think the 6-foot privacy fence and shrubs are going to put is going to really mitigate anything. And I'm not trying to be a wise guy. So here's an idea of, this is basically an X-ray view of my home. And this would be the first floor, second floor, and it's offset a little bit because it doesn't line up exactly. But this is what I'd be looking at. That would be the view. There'll be an alley between us, but would be devoid of light. This would be kind of an X-ray vision of my home. And this is the view that I'd have. 55 feet tall is pretty big. It's not very good transitional urban planning. Here's some information on the solar, which I don't need to go into great detail. I'll provide you some information. Health, southwest side will be permanently shaded. Deprivation of sunlight. Sunlight is critical for our health and our well-being. Humans need sunlight for proper vitamin D and for good health, strong bones, good sleep, and a positive mood. I had a rare bone disease as a kid, and I couldn't walk for 3 years. Sunlight and vitamin D are very important to my health. If I could have a little extra time, the gas vents for my furnace will vent that way. And I have invested in the heat pumps, which is why I went solar, because they're very expensive to run. I'm concerned about the CO and the heat and the car emissions in that space between. And there's going to be down venting issues with a tall building. Now, sunlight entering a home is important for conservation. There's going to be physical harm to my property because we live in a wet environment and things aren't going to dry out. They're going to get wet, ice, snow, rain, and the sun will not hit the side of my house or the roof. And it's going to pre-age the roof. I'm going to get algae. I'm going to get mold, fungus, things like that. I'll wrap it up. My home is 98% of windows are facing the southwest and take advantage of what the sun provides: energy, national light, and health. If this building is approved, that all gets snuffed out. This special permit fails to meet several of the criteria, and it must meet all to pass. So please don't approve this. I'm for infill. I'm for the condos. I'm for an alternative plan, and I'd be happy to work with you all and the developer. I want to extend good faith that they're good people and they'll see the impact that this has, and we can all work together and do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Fay Wolf, Phillips Place, 28 Phillips Place. I'm speaking tonight. First of all, I'd like to say that the trees that they planted behind my house would have died the first summer if it hadn't been for me going out and watering them, because there was no maintenance after they were planted. So just a small point. My main point is that O'Connell's renderings and application fail to address, and I'm quoting, character-based zoning 350.22.2.6, the sensitive integration of new development into the predominantly historic architectural context of the area. As for creative architectural detailing, also specified in that criterion, there is no gable, no peaked roof, no slate roofing, French doors, porches, gingerbread, pediments, and all the truly creative architectural detailing that distinguish the historic buildings all around this site and that have earned the neighborhood inclusion on the National Register of Historic Places. Walking on Phillips Place, Butler Place, Pomeroy Terrace, Hancock, and Holly Streets, I don't see one building like O'Connell's. Even St. John Cantius Church, which the developers have cited, has grounds around it, a peaked roof, an elaborate facade with classical elements, and a rose window. I don't see any of that in this plan. I do see the proverbial elephant in the room, O'Connell's behemoth of a plan. All the people I have shown the renderings, and I've shown many people the renderings, and the 350 plus people who have signed our change.org petition have said it's too big. That's their first comment. Then some people have said it's too ugly, but that I will say is subjective. You can trim the eyelashes of an elephant, but you can't make it smaller by doing that. You can put some yellow brick facing on a building, but that doesn't make it less of a monolith. It needs to be scaled down. It will not enhance, reflect, or support what special permits criterion 350-10.16 cites as the predominantly historic architectural context of the area, but it will, quote, unduly impair the integrity of character of the district or its own adjoining zones, which special permits 350-10.16 disallows. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm Harold Wolf. I live at 28 Phillips Place. I am addressing site plan criteria 350-11.6C and special permits criteria 350-10.13. The application for a building with a footprint of 11,537 square feet and a mass of 58,250 square feet. That's what this is. The built area, including driveways, sidewalks, and fences, will occupy the entire site. There is no green space. All existing trees bordering the site were cut down before a permit was submitted. This is not infill, this is invasion. How big is this? For comparison, the courthouse has a footprint of less than 7,000 square feet. City Hall has a footprint of less than half of the proposed building. In fact, on Main Street, from Hawley to Masonic, almost no public or private buildings are on this scale. I was very surprised, but I'll take you through the survey if you like. Let's use the massive yellow brick Fitzwilliams building as a point of comparison. Even though its footprint is around 3,000 square feet smaller, imagine that building plunked down on the corner of Hawley Street. And there you have it. That's a comparable mass. In the URC zone neighborhood surrounding the proposed building, and that's on 3 sides, not 2 sides, 3 sides, the residences average just about 2,500 square feet total living space. And even the church is smaller than the proposed building. The only building with a similar footprint is 33 Hawley, yet the proposed building will be 2 stories taller than the Art Center. In conclusion, this project is proposed in the name of housing, but what about the housing that exists and the neighborhoods that make Northampton attractive? I submit to you that this project fails to meet either the site plan or the special permits criteria because the requested use will not promote a harmonious relationship of structures and open spaces to the natural landscape, existing buildings, and other community assets in the area. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Linda Conklin. I'm from Butler Place. I've lived there for 43 years. I can't hear you because my hearing aids aren't working well, and I can hardly see without these glasses. And when I put the glasses on, I can't read. So please forgive me. So I can support the townhouse style condos that they built next to the church. They're attractive. There's green space. People have balconies. I see people out there. They're enjoying their life. This big building, I just don't see anything there. It looks like a jail to me. I also feel that building will have a detrimental effect on our neighborhood. And actually, I'm wondering if many of the neighbors that are here, if they might ask for an abatement on their taxes because the value of their home has gone down. Based on what I pay for taxes, I bet they pay a lot. I have rented out 2 apartments in our home at below market rates for all 50 years for 50 wonderful tenants. Only one in all those years has not had a car. I've had visiting professors. Our very first one in 1983 was a professor from Smith College who had come here from England. I've had interns from Bay State Medical. I've had visiting professors. I've had students. I've had elderly people. They've been wonderful. But the parking is not wonderful at all. And I have to make sure that during the winter they can get off the street. I have actually watched people. I'm sort of like a spy, I think. I've watched people and I've followed them to see where, once they got out of their cars, to see where did they go. And they all went downtown to work. And I understand that the parking garage is expensive. I don't know how to work the meter, so I can't take my car downtown. So I just feel that this is our neighborhood is overused with the schools and the gal mentioned the police cruisers. How about the fire trucks that go to the Cutchin School on a very frequent basis? You'd be quite surprised. And I think that the people who come to our neighborhood, they're looking for a quiet, safe neighborhood. I'm afraid that it will no longer be that way. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marie Wechter and I live at 36 Phillips Place. I'm going to keep my comments brief. I remember the very first charrette that was held here some 25, 30 years ago that talked about that Wayne Fiden did, that showed us how that we could expand the vitality of the downtown by looking at ways to sort of invite the neighborhoods around it, especially Ward 3, into the city. It was envisioned that we would have offices on the first floor or mixed use in some of these old houses. And you know what? We've done our part. The whole neighborhood, as you've heard, has been going and growing for 20 years to create more housing and to be flexible. But what wasn't envisioned was that we put up, this building they're talking about. They're calling it Holly Place, but 8/10 of the building is on Phillips Place. It takes up the whole neighborhood. Everything's facing out to Holly Street, so the people that live there will go out the front of Holly Street and go downtown. They will bring nothing to the neighborhood. That big size building that blocks off the skyline will orientate people to downtown and do nothing to join our wonderful creative and community to the downtown to create that vitality. So, I have supported your projects in the past, but this is just too big. So, we have 2 recent examples. At the lumberyard, the project as presented, I believe, was another story higher, and people negotiated that. We have a recent project up on Laurel Street, and I believe that when it was actualized, that project had less buildings. From input from the neighbors, they decided to reorient some of the buildings outwards to invite the streetscape to bring people in. So I know it's possible for us to have a conversation without branding anyone who has any
any issue at all as simply not in my backyard or anti-housing. Someone actually said to me this week, well, you can go sing Kumbaya if you have a problem with it. You know, you can be positive for housing and for infill and to meet our sustainability goals without being branded. And so I'm hoping you'll be open to join us in this journey to find a way to make it work. Thank you.
As we're continuing comments here, I just want to remind everybody that we're very aware that the scale of the building and the parking situation are of concern. So I'm going to ask additional commenters to only mention those topics if you have something new to offer on them. Thank you.
My name is Chris Flynn. I live at 24 Phillips Place. This is my grandmother's old house. And from all the previous presentations, it is very obvious this structure has no place in our neighborhood. All the issues previously covered totally hit the nail on the head regarding bad design, invasion of privacy, no parking plan, and no concerns for safety. On every level, this is wrong for us, the residents. It seems the taxpayers is taking a backseat to financial interest, and the city has no empathy or concerns for us. It's just pay your taxes. Why are the rules concerning zoning laws and regulations so non-transparent to the citizens? We all feel like pawns in a rigged game run by the city. The city says that these apartments will be for bike riding employees working downtown. But it seems like every time I drive through town, I see another closed storefront and more panhandlers. All these policies seem scattershot. Just cram it through and then see what happens, with us, the taxpayers, to bear the brunt of badly planned policies. I sincerely hope the city will prove me wrong and heed the taxpayers' concerns, make special interest take a backseat to the residents, stop this special permit, and then have the contractor go back to the drawing board and come up with a scaled down design. Even those originally proposed were acceptable to all. Please don't look at us as hostile or the enemy. We are the backbone of the city. So again, please treat our concerns with due respect. Thank you.
In case my time runs out, I've also reviewed my comments to writing that you made part of the public record. Attached to my comments, I've also enclosed. I will, okay, yes. I'm Francisco Palomo. I am passing out my written comments in case I run out of time, and attached to it, I've also enclosed a copy of the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, Volume 1, Overview of Massachusetts Stormwater Standards. What I have to say is that we respectfully submit that O'Connell's application for a special permit must be denied because it fails to meet criteria 350-10.1C1 and 350-10.1C4. The said criteria require that the applicant include adequate provisions for surface and stormwater collection and treatment. The applicant's own stormwater report acknowledges that, quote, the minimal room on site does not provide the space to implement low-impact development techniques and stormwater best management practices into the site design. This is at page 5 of their stormwater report. Specifically, the applicant admits that the proposed project does not comply with standards 3 and 4 of the Massachusetts Stormwater Management Standards. That's at page 11 of the stormwater report. The applicant claims that it should be excused from complying with standards 3 and 4 by citing the, quote, maximum extent practicable, unquote, relief provisions of standard 7. Pretermitting the fact that its inability to comply is purely a function of its proposal to construct an inordinately gargantuan structure, the proposed project does not qualify for relief under the maximum extent practicable provisions of standard 7. The maximum extent practicable provisions of standard 7 can only be relied upon by 6 specific types of redevelopment projects. This project does not fit any of those 6 categories. And I cite the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, Volume 1, Overview of Massachusetts Stormwater Standards, page 3, which I attached to my
submission. The applicant's proposed project is not one of these 6 types. Hence, it has to comply with all of the standards. It is not entitled to relief. Additionally, the proposed project includes portions of the property that had been previously undeveloped. In the illustrations they showed, I don't know how to change the things, but along the southern part of the property was a grove of trees. There was like a 4 or 5 foot stretch of grass with trees. Before filing this permit application, they went through and raised all the trees that were there and put in gravel over what had been a permeable area. The handbook specifically says that if a proposed project includes portions of the property that had been previously undeveloped, then the portion of a property that is currently undeveloped is not a redevelopment and does not fall under standard 7. All right. For these reasons, we respectfully submit that the application for a special permit should be denied. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am the Ward 3 City Councilor, Waverly Rothenberg. I appreciate my constituents for doing such good work here, and I hope that you do too. And that's mostly what I want to talk to you about. I see this as an opportunity, right? I want to bring us back to sort of our function. And this is similar to the same thing I say to my colleagues at City Council. This is similar to what I say to school committee. It's sort of the theme of the message that I have for folks in city government, which is that we work for them, right? So if we take you in particular and how you work for them, zoning is defined by the Massachusetts general laws as amendments and bylaws adopted by cities to regulate the use of land to the full extent of the powers of cities to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of their present and future inhabitants.
I'm sorry, if you can reopen the computer, that's necessary for the broadcast on Zoom to continue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And is it working?
Is there a way to check that?
Seats. I didn't know you used my seat here.
I didn't know
never
it
would
was
have
yours.
expected. Maybe some chocolate.
I'm good. I don't usually eat chocolate. I mean, I think it's.
Someone at home says Zoom is working.
Zoom is working. Great. I'm a disruptor. Right. So as I was saying, the zoning definition and the reason that you're supposed to be able as a city to use to the fullest extent of your power as cities, your zoning bylaws and ordinances is to protect their health, safety, and their general welfare. And that's for the past and future inhabitants, right? It's not for developers. It's not for any other reason. It's for the people who live here. I also want to just remind you that the award of the special permit is completely discretionary, which is fabulous. Everybody's already reminded you that it needs to meet all of these different elements to your satisfaction. A lot of folks have talked about 10(1)(c)(2). That's one I'm interested in as well, but for the accessibility piece, the disability piece. And in encouraging you to use this opportunity to work with constituents, I want you to work with disabled community leaders, right? Mass DOT does the same thing when they look at their sidewalks and they do their self-reflection. One of the things they hold themselves accountable to do is make sure that they're talking to the leaders. And that doesn't mean just talking to a coordinator, right? A lot of people in the community that have mobility disabilities are excited about a building like this, right? This is an opportunity that we want to protect. But they also have to go into the street, right? And are not safe when they're in a street in their wheelchair. There's much nuance to be explored in Ward 3. I want you to take the time to work on that. I want you to see this as an inflection point. Oftentimes when I show up somewhere, it means that we're at an inflection point, right? Because I'm very busy and I come when my constituents are making a big ruckus to me in big numbers. And this is an opportunity for you to show that you are collaborative, right? That's that word we use all the time. So who are you going to collaborate with? Please take your time. Please do this well. Please try to figure out what is the difference between a NIMBY and a community that really wants to be involved and a community that really does want housing, right? The last thing I want to say is that we do get stuck in ruts, and we do tend to just listen in a certain direction and rely on the same people who we think know all the answers. It's very good to maintain the mindset that we don't even know what all the questions are. And we would all just very much love to see you take some time to be very thoughtful. What do I know about what this community needs here? What is my purpose with this project? Right? Let's not rush to any conclusions. Hasty conclusions are often not the right ones. So no matter how much of an expert we are, we should always be thorough. And that's all they want to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Berkovitz, 59 Phillips Place. If you haven't been there, I would really encourage you to just take a little jaunt across Main Street, because I couldn't recognize any of the angles in those photographs. It was photoshopping and very creative photography, which really did not speak to the impact of this on the street. I want to address a couple nuances of things that people have talked about. While they did a traffic study, first of all, it was the week before Christmas. But besides that, there's been no talk about how the picture Main Street traffic pattern changes are going to be related to this project. If you look at the picture Main Street and think about we're at the 75% design phase right now. We don't have the answers that we need to be able to discuss the impacts for this project. And right now, any way that I can see it, Phillips Place, Holly, and Pomeroy Terrace are going to be the escape route, beyond what they are now for when the Main Street reconstruction happens. And the safety issues are huge. My house is on the corner. I'm routinely sitting out there watching tractor trailers back up, go forward, try to get around because none of the streets are able to accommodate what exists already. And so I think that having a very full traffic study that looks at picture Main Street as well as this project is really critical. The other thing I want to speak to is that in the special permit decisions, you have to make a determination whether or not the projects are consistent with the goals of the Sustainable Northampton Comprehensive Plan, including by recognizing unique history and fostering the desired character and function of each of Northampton's neighborhoods. This is the only actual neighborhood in Northampton that is on the National Register of Historic Places, an entire neighborhood. You're supposed to make sure that it includes urban design principles that embrace the following. D is human scale building and site design. If you look at these models, it's pretty hard to see that this is human scale, and the creation of a comfortable outside environment for people while reducing demand for mechanical heating or cooling. The fenestration on this building is going to radically affect the health and well-being of people in this city, people in the neighborhood, the residents. They're talking about shading while you're sitting up on a roof deck. You want to look at all those windows. We are in a heat sink already. They took down a lot of the trees that actually provided shade and comfort on Phillips Place. And now we're going to have a building reflecting I don't even know how many windows there are. And so in terms of the comfortable outside environment, that's also going to be violated by this building. I hope that you have the courage to do what is right in recognizing that this project does not meet the requirements for special permit. And I would say that it is as incongruous on Phillips Place as it would be on Shippey Road in Row or Massasoit Street in Northampton. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other folks here in council chambers who would like to make a comment? Okay. All right, not seeing anybody at the moment. I'm going to turn it over to Zoom. So if you are joining us via Zoom and you would like to make a comment, please either turn your camera on and wave your hand about or use the raise hand function, and we will recognize you one at a time. Okay, Daniel Brendel.
Can everybody hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, good. All right. I'm Dan Brindell. I live at 22 Phillips. That's directly across the street from this proposed development. The majority of the parcel runs parallel to my property. My property is zoned residential. It has always been zoned residential, just like the rest of Phillips Place, the entire Pomeroy Terrace neighborhood, and just like the lot across the street from me, which the central business scale construction is planned on. In 2022's form-based code, the front end of the parcel, parallel to the church property, exiting onto Hawley Street, was like the church parcel, adjusted to central business side street. This was part of the pro-growth city initiative, building upon the earlier 2012 plan that rezoned all of those properties central business. This lot was called 32A 170. In 2022, that became a central business side street from central business. We all understand why. That shares the goals of the city. That makes sense. The proposal that you guys have read from O'Connell relies again and again on that central business side street designation. We're to believe that all of the inevitable outside consequences of this kind of commercial construction were already considered and planned for in the creation of that form-based code. But Phillips Place isn't a central business side street. It's an old residential road, as people have mentioned. And the residential lot, the back part of the parcel, the half running up the road and along my property, that is lot 32A 197. That wasn't rezoned in 2012, nor is it mentioned anywhere in 2022. It's not on this map that I will show you again in the zoning ordinance. It's unmentioned in the legislation. There are no mention of it in the notifications, any of the public planning presentations, none of the meetings or hearings around that 2022 omnibus bill. Nowhere, including the private deliberations within the planning department and the consulting group Dodson and Flinker, have I been able to find any mention at all of 32A 197, of Phillips Place, or of O'Connell. The zoning of lot 32A 197 is at best ambiguous. It has always been residential. Nowhere was it explicitly changed. There's a process for rezoning in the city that you guys are well aware of. It must pass through this body. It must pass by the city council, as well as possibly other oversight. This process on this lot never took place. We residents are currently pursuing legislative avenues to try to trigger that necessary review of the supposed rezoning. If you approve a project on this lot that takes advantage of this CBSS zoning that far exceeds anything that would be permitted in the URC district that I live in, as somebody mentioned, I am going to be boxed in if we treat this as fact. If you approve this, you would be solidifying a zoning designation that I think clearly remains in question. If the owners of this lot were to opt to sell instead of build, this reclassification alone that you guys would solidify, going from residential to commercial, would mean huge profits without building a thing, just for selling the lot that they bought in 2020 residential and sold in 2025 central business side street. I urge you to please look at this zoning before you evaluate these plans based upon it. It's not that this wasn't done properly. This was not done. Residents are trying to take care of it. We would love your help in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn, are there other people on Zoom who would like to speak? Jackie Balance, you are next.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Jackie Balance, 35 Warner Street. The Phillips Place response to this project echoes other examples of excessive infill development that began along with COVID in 2020. I can name 6 of them in Northampton: Dewey Court, Warner Street, Landy Avenue, William Street, Garfield, and the View Avenue project. That last one threatened a viable urban wetland, and the community appealed the permit to the Mass DEP, and we await their decision. In 2022, after the planning board had approved the egregious infill project on William Street, board members reflected on some of the unanticipated outcomes of infill zoning. I would like to give this recording of George the last word and ask him if there was ever a follow-up conversation about reviewing what some see as infill failures in Northampton. Let George explain. Whoops, did I mute that? I did.
I mean, I say, whoops, how did that happen? I'm never smart enough the day of to question everything that I should kind of question and think through.
I have a kind of a question.
If I still have 2 minutes, I'm going to give George another chance.
You have 30 seconds, Jackie.
Okay, this is 10 seconds, but I don't know where the sound went. He says sometimes we look at a project, we approve a project, we see it later, how it comes out, and have no idea why that happened. How can we do better? How can you do better? Thank you.
Thank you. Judy. Okay, Judy. If you're there with us on Zoom, hello.
So my name is Judy Tomasi. Phillips Place, the abutting property, is part of our retirement plan, and this development will be disastrous to us. I would assume that everybody here would really want the same approach to good governance. That would incorporate transparency, accountability, as well as working with an ethical and legal framework, which includes complying with city code and plans. The zoning change in 2022 was not a transparent process. The city's finance and police departments tout transparency and/or accountability on the website. The mayor recognized the importance of transparency per a 2023 press release in the context of the planning department. It is important to consider that in light of today's subject. The site plan approval purpose in the code includes ensuring compliance with the goals and objectives of the city. On the contrary, this project is not consistent with the city's Sustainable Northampton Comprehensive Plan. For example, this project and this planning process have not been, quote, responsive and responsible to the fiscal, economic, social, and environmental interests of its citizens, which is a guiding principle of the plan. The city has also not, quote, provided an option for mediation in the site plan review to address neighborhood concerns, which is a strategy and action in the comprehensive plan. Also, I requested to the city the land use designations from the map in that plan. These were not provided, again, not transparent. In fact, the plan states in part, quote, the land use map is proposed to provide the city with a basis for making consistent decisions on land use into the future. Do you really want to consider and approve this project tonight if you don't even know if you're consistent with this aspect of the plan? With respect to approval criteria, the project will not function harmoniously in relation to other structures and buildings. There is zero transition to the abutting property, and there will be a multitude of impacts. The development is totally out of scale and out of touch with the long-standing historic residential neighborhood. I recommend you deny this development today, as it does not meet the special permit and site plan criteria, nor the site plan purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think I'd like to take a moment here to check in with my fellow board members. We've heard a lot of information from the applicant, a lot of questions and comments from people in the neighborhood. It is late, but I also think we want to leave the hearing tonight in a good and clear place. That does not necessarily mean making a decision tonight. There's a few different pathways forward. I think if we feel like we need more information from the applicant, we want to get the discussion to a point that we can clarify for them tonight what that information would be. We could also, if we feel like we've heard enough, decide to close the hearing and deliberate in a future night, or we could close things tonight. But as we're getting started with our kind of deliberations here, I want to make sure that, we all feel we have the time needed to reconcile everything and make the decision that we want to, and can leave things in a clear place by the end of the night tonight. So just keep that all in mind.
Can we address the zoning for a second? I thought I saw some correspondence in the record that this was brought up to city council, like in their last meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, just to clarify some of the questions, even though this hearing is not about the zoning.
Right.
There was a petition submitted to city council for consideration, and they to rezone both parcels from Central Business Side Street District to Urban Residential C. And that was did not move forward at the last council meeting.
Right.
Yep.
So just to be clear to the audience, we're looking at this as the zoning as it stands in the books, not the zoning that everyone wishes it would be. So that's our purview here.
Yes, thank you. I think that's an important distinction. Yes, we cannot stop zoning in response to a particular project. And even if we had, there would still be a process for the applicant to move forward with the zoning that existed at the time that they filed their application. So even if the petition at city council had moved forward in that process, it would not have changed the fact that the applicant would still have a pathway forward based on the zoning as it exists today. And it is against those criteria, which many of you have referenced, that we need to make our decision. Carolyn, maybe we can start with an easier question here. We heard some comments about removal of the existing trees. I believe that was along the southerly edge of the lot. I know that we do have a look back written into the zoning. Can you address how that applies in this case?
Sure. So the zoning has a 12-month look back for if a property owner takes trees down and then later decides to come forward with the project, there's still a 12-month look back for trees over 20 inches diameter measured as a diameter at breast height. The applicant, and this is part of the public record, did submit an arborist report showing the condition of the trees. All but two of the trees were in poor or dead condition that were taken down. And that analysis was done before they took the trees down. two of them were listed in fair condition. And so the only ones that would, but those were not the 20-inch or greater trees. And they were all, I believe, sugar maple and American and elm trees. So so basically what happens is if someone takes trees down over 20 inches and they were in good condition, then there would be a replacement requirement. So it's a calculation in the zoning that would trigger replacement of those trees on a specific calculation criteria. But given that many of the trees were dead or in failing condition, those wouldn't be triggered for replacement.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from any of my fellow board members here in response to the presentation or to public comment?
I have a couple design element questions. You heard in the first presentation, we were talking a lot about the 6-foot sidewalks, the tree planting, the flexi pave, the treatment of the louvers at the garage. So I think similar comments, we would want to have that, to look at that sidewalk scape. From what I saw, it looks like there's potential to give us a 6-foot sidewalk. If you kind of alternate the planting areas where the trees are. And because you're using that flexi pave, you're really just going to the tree trunk because it's not like a tree grate. So I think you can maintain a 6-foot sidewalk along all of both streets. And then I think the louvers are, as shown, I know you said that they're a work in progress, but they're extremely industrial from what I can see. You also have, it looks like a roll down door, both for the trash area, but also for the garage area. So I don't know how that squares with, a more pedestrian friendly streetscape.
I'm not sure if you're necessarily looking for a reply on that. There is a 6-foot space for the sidewalks. The sidewalk's actually 10 feet, but then with the street trees come into that, like you mentioned, but there is 6-foot clear with the flexi pave.
Oh, can you show me on the plan?
Just
That'd be great.
rejoin.
Oh, sorry. Making it difficult. Maybe what I'm seeing is a dimension to the overhang. And I thought the overhang was the planter.
Yeah, they're kind of similar. Let me open this back up. So this shows some of it. In terms of the garage door, I hear that concern and we can take a look at that architecturally. Part of the idea with the garage door was for security for the parking, and so the parking's not visible from the street. But we can take a look at how to liven that up. There will, of course, be there's, I guess the way to show this is there is concrete added to separate the trash enclosure from the pavement there and from the main vehicle access. But I'll go back to the site plan here as well. I don't know if I can. Oh, is that zooming in on your screen? Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what we have here is showing some space for planting. That overhang is that darker line. Sorry, that's the property line. The darker line is the property line. And then we have the, you can see it's a 3-foot flexi pave space. We have a grate called out, but the city had requested flexi pave, so that's fine. And then 4.6 beyond that. So it's 7.5 feet total with the tree as the obstruction in that area. So if that was set in 18 inches in the middle of that 3x6 space, you would still have the 6 feet sidewalk.
Right. So I guess that's my question. So that you have the 3 foot and the 4 foot, 4.6, and then the thing you're ending at, that's the landscaping?
That's a landscaping area. So
Okay.
that could, if you would like the sidewalk to be larger, we could reduce that landscaping area. But the idea there is both in front of the bump outs and where there aren't bump outs, there will be landscaping, kind of 2 tiers of landscaping where there isn't a bump out and 1 tier of landscaping where there is a bump out.
Yeah. So I think that's the ask, just wherever the tree trunk ends up,
Yep.
to have 6 foot clear
Okay.
between the tree trunk and wherever the landscaping is. And it doesn't have to be, you don't have to set all the landscaping back a foot to make that happen. You can kind of jog it in
Okay.
where the trees are.
Yeah, we have space for that. I mean, there's about 2 feet there between the bump outs and the sidewalk. So whether that's 6 or 12 inches, we can make that adjustment.
Okay, thank you.
Did I answer all your questions there?
I see some hands up. I'm going to let the board continue to deliberate and then we may allow for a second round of comments. Thank you.
Just on that sidewalk, if I might, for a minute. In the earlier discussion about the Elm Street, we saw the concrete sidewalk extending across the apron of the entrance. It didn't look like that from the picture, the presentation, but I assume that the concrete sidewalk extends right across the apron rather than stopping in macadam and then, okay.
It does. That apron is concrete, and as you come up, elevation and flat top.
Okay. And the sidewalk is
It's a flat part.
Yeah, it's shown here, the paving striped hatch, that area that is meant to continue the sidewalk. So that would be the width of the sidewalk there.
I'm going to let the board speak first, and then I will give an opportunity for a second round of public comments in a little while.
It's sidewalk to nowhere.
Thank you, sir. No questions are directed here to the board. And right now I really do want to give time for the board to deliberate and think through and respond to comments. Thank you.
So I have a number of other kind of detailed questions about the site, but I guess I want to poke a little bit at the special permit and what has come up a lot from the abutters. And I really appreciate the passion that you all bring from your neighborhood, from Phillips Place and the adjoining streets. But my role on the planning board is also to have a citywide kind of perspective of what we're dealing with, both currently today and also in the future. And one of those very big issues for me, and I think the city, is the housing situation for sure. And we can't get at the paucity of housing that we have now in Northampton through just the townhouses that are built currently on the other side of the church, or that may have been proposed earlier at this parking lot, and that have also cropped up in Florence and other places, those townhouses that are going for $800,000. We need to look at providing more congregate housing like this that may or may not at this point fit into the same character of the neighborhood. And that's why we do, this planning board member has an allowance for these transitional neighborhoods to provide that. It would be great if we could put this housing down at King Street at a very large abandoned lot, or let me say an underutilized lot, but we don't own that lot. No developers come forward to say, I want to put this housing there or in any other lot in the city that may be more appropriate in some people's views. So often I'm faced with a very difficult kind of reasoning to vote in favor of a project like this that is butch up against a very historical neighborhood. And I think that's part of what.
I didn't bring this up to kind of revisit all of our.
Carolyn, can you?
Was that Jackie again?
Yeah.
Oh, that's like Zoom bombing.
Being Zoom bombed by yourself.
Yeah.
Just stop.
Well, I'll stop there. But I think I just want to note that there are a lot of different pressures on the city. And one of them is to preserve the integrity and the architectural warmth of a neighborhood, but the other is also to provide housing for folks who live here and folks who may come here in the future. And so I'm struggling with that for sure. And but I do have other comments later on, more detailed ones, but I wanted to get at that special permit kind of criteria.
Thank you, George. Carolyn.
Yeah, I just had a comment about the special permit criteria. So this is not a broad special permit. There's a specific reason that the special permit is triggered. The reason is the footprint is larger than 10,000 square feet. So your evaluation is about the evaluation and the special permit related to the footprint. So you could have the same footprint in a 2-story building. You could have a smaller footprint and a 7-story building. But in this case, sort of you're looking, it's 1,100 square feet larger than that threshold for special permit. So it's not that you can deny a permit because you're concerned about, 25 different things. It has to be related to the footprint and the size of that. Because that's what's triggering the special permit. The other thing sort of related to that is, and it's in the staff memo, is there are examples throughout the urban residential C district and downtown where you've got a juxtaposition of older 5-6-story multifamily buildings next to a 2.5-story wood frame, home. So it's not out of character in the city to have those different juxtapositions, and particularly on edges, there are that situation is probably more familiar than in other, maybe in the center of a neighborhood, although there are examples of that as well.
Thank you. And so to just clarify one piece of what you just said, because the footprint of the building is what triggers the special permit. If, for example, the applicant had come forward and said, we're going to have a 9,000 square foot building that's 7 stories tall, it would not have triggered special permit at all. That would be site plan review, which would be a technical permit.
Correct.
Thank you. And so as we're considering the special permit criteria, they need to be in direct relation to the footprint. So the safety, the character of the neighborhood, all the components and requirements of that permit criteria that have been brought up tonight. We're evaluating how the footprint affects the project's ability to meet those criteria. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, the footprint, but also the use of the building.
No, multifamily is allowed.
Right.
So, and multifamily is allowed by right. So
Right.
you can do a mixed use. It could be all commercial because it's central business. It could be mixed use with commercial and residential. But because it's the side street, central business side street, it can be 100% residential.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that use is actually consistent with the URC. district versus if it were mixed use, restaurant, nightclub, retail,
But-
what have you.
Well, I've found, as the neophyte here, and really without a deep sense of the character of the community, even having only lived here 3 years, less than 3 years, I found George's comment very helpful and Carolyn's as well. But I'm still struggling with the many comments we heard about character under the special permit, especially consideration 6, will not unduly impair the integrity or of character of the district or adjoining zone, nor be detrimental to the health, morals, or general welfare, be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the ordinance. All right. I think that where I'm hanging up is will not unduly impair the integrity of character of the district or adjoining zones. And I understand there has to be a transition somewhere. Somewhere we have to transition from one zone to another. And it's convenient that we have Elm Street on the same night because that's not an issue. No residential houses right there. No old little cute neighborhood right there. And I respect the dilemma that these neighbors are in with regard to character. So I need to unpack this idea of character a little bit more with you guys because I'm not getting it yet. As I say, George, you acknowledge that this is a dilemma for you too. Carolyn, you pointed out that there needs to be transition somewhere, but I'm not there yet. So I want to hear more about character and how this is not impacting character, because it's not just the footprint. You said a minute ago, footprint, mass, size, height, these are all special permit has been triggered. And so we have to consider all 7 of these considerations under special permit. And I'm trying to do that.
So I would just add, as part of that sort of thought process, to keep in mind the current allowances under urban residential C, which allow a 50-foot height, multifamily as well. So and thinking about transition, again, central business allows much taller heights and different mixes of use. And so so one way to look at it is that because it's entirely residential and a lower height than what could otherwise be built, that it's functioning as at that transition from the mixed use or commercial district at the edge of a residential district. Yeah.
I didn't join you guys at the site walk. I did walk over there this afternoon, a lovely afternoon. I think this will be taller, but it kind of is similar in my mind to the Brookside Square condominium building, which is just next to Spoleto there, so not too far away. And then we have, 33 Hawley, the arts building across the street. So, I understand that it isn't, and then you have the big church, which is another big mass right there on Phillips Place. I understand that as you start going down Phillips Place, that is very residential, but on the corner of Phillips and Hawley, I don't think a rectangular building like this is out of place. You know, I understand the height concerns, but I'm having trouble with it because it isn't exceeding, you know, this isn't a special permit to exceed the height in the zone. We're not being asked to put a taller building than what's allowed. But as always, it always comes down to the planning board, right? Because you're looking at zoning and you're saying, how can this structure be in this zone? But, you know, we're not the ones who determine what the zones are. That's city council votes on what zoned what. And we just apply that zoning to the project that's in front of us.
Yeah, and I think what happens, and has happened to me in my own life here in Northampton, is that I buy a house. I live there for a number of years. I never expect that something might happen next to me or down the street from me. And yet times change and something happens. It's happened to a member, you know, of the planning board here just recently where a development has happened. And sure, none of us planned for that. But, you know, I think our city does change and we can't stop that change. And as Chris said, if we've looked at that zoning, the city council looked at that zoning, that the city council that represents all of us, and they passed the zoning, and perhaps not understanding the full implications of it because none of us have that crystal ball to look at. But, you know, in a very important way, they looked at it and discussed it, and it is what we have to deal with now. Yep. And yeah.
Yes, I would. It is interesting to think about this project back to back with the Elm State Street project. I would reiterate something that came up during that conversation, which is, I think, part of the, you know, discomfort that we're hearing is about the historic character of much of this neighborhood as compared to this modern building. And somebody mentioned in public comment, well, what about these gingerbread features and porches and, you know, all the wonderful sort of elements that we're seeing in the Victorian homes that are part of this neighborhood. But as on State Street and Elm Street, here too, anywhere in any city, you can't make a new old building. And I don't think that we want to set a standard that would require that. Carolyn reminded us that, you know, the different buildings in different parts of our city reflect the eras in which they were built. And we particularly enjoy parts of those buildings, and some historic buildings, you know, now may appear more handsome than others. City Hall comes to mind. But I think that it's not realistic, not necessary, not even necessarily desirable to expect a building that's proposed to be built in 2025 to feel like a building that was built in 1840. And that throughout the city, we need to be thinking about how to, if we really want to tackle the housing crisis, there are many things that need to happen. But one of those things, I think, is that we need to think about the integration of modern construction, because modern construction is all we have. And designs can look different. I'm not opposed to somebody going for a kind of Victorian look, but nor do I think that that's the only thing that can or should be allowed. Melissa or Stacy, do you have questions, comments?
I don't have any questions. I'm very familiar with the area. I too was over there earlier today. I really don't personally have a lot of ambiguity about this project. We've been in this situation many, many times over the last years. I certainly sympathize with everything that the neighbors are bringing up and greatly appreciate their passion and all the work they've put into this. But looking at the project from our purview with the information that's in front of us, I don't have any resounding questions or ambiguity that I'm compelled to speak out about. I think we've got some details that we're looking at, and we've certainly got, a lot of maybe we still have some questions to ask, but I personally don't feel conflicted about this being a transitional space from one zone to another.
Thank you.
And I'm so aware of what we need for housing here. So that's really a guiding principle for myself as well.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm kind of gonna jump onto your statement there. I really appreciate you all being here, and I know your neighborhood has been through a lot in the past, like 15 years. Lots of changes, lots of building. I happen to be that member of planning board who has a proposed development like in my backyard, essentially. So it's not a large building like this, but I get what it's like to sort of have a lot of unknowns and sort of a bunch of potential building, like, in my backyard. And I too also have some strong beliefs about the types of housing that we do need to help us in our housing crisis. I think there's probably some details that we can work on and some tweaks with the builders. But yeah, I think we can kind of maybe get onto that. Are we going to kind of move on to that tonight? So yeah, and I appreciate you all being here and being like so well prepared. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I really want to give the board a chance to continue our conversation. We've heard there are still questions, and I hear that there are people here who still want to speak up. But I also want to give the board a chance to ask more clarifying questions. I know George, among other things, said he had some questions about details. Let me sort of check in with the board again. I think we can decide to move forward with sort of pursuing those smaller details tonight, so that we can either arrive at a decision or give the applicant, feedback that they can come back to us with. This could also be a pause point. I'm kind of looking at you, Carolyn, about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you about, it sounds like there were some things that you would like clarified and addressed maybe in terms of the facade designs at the street level. So that might be a good opportunity to have a continuation. It allows you to then have a fresh deliberative conversation at a continuation time. So if you do want more information, then you would want to continue the hearing. If you feel like you can work with what you have with just conditions, you could certainly close the hearing, but still deliberate at a future date. Totally up to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have heard at least one area where we, may want to see some changes, and the applicant has expressed that they're willing to take a look at that. I guess perhaps let me sort of turn to George. I know you said you had questions, and other board members. There are clarifying questions. I guess could we, at least at the start, focus our conversation on questions that we think might necessitate some updates to the plans?
substantive updates to the plans so that the applicant can leave tonight with some clarification.
I'm happy to start some of those larger.
Kick us off.
So first, Carolyn, I'd like to clarify the Elm Street project. The Historical Commission weighed in on that quite a bit. Did they weigh in on this at all?
No, that's the last or the first parcel in the Elm Street Historic District.
Okay.
So that's why they had jurisdiction over it, but there is no jurisdiction for the
Okay.
Historical Commission
And
in this case.
nor is there for the downtown business.
No.
Okay, all right. So some of the larger question I would want to ask the applicant, one of them has to do with the entrance into the parking garage that seems to be so close to Hawley Street at the junction there of Hawley and Phillips. And I would think that perhaps there would be less conflict if it was moved further down to the middle of the building. And I'm not sure what the rationale was for putting it up that close to the Hawley Street intersection. I'd want to ask them about some bench and seating. They talked about that mini plaza in front of the foyer. I wanted to see if there would be some places to add some seating there, some accommodations for folks to sit, and perhaps even we talked about the sidewalk, if there's something along that Phillips Street sidewalk where there could be a bench put in. Those were my ones that came up. Everything else has been pretty much raised already or answered.
Yes, I think we heard.
For the applicant, can I speak to one thing?
No, I'm sorry. I'd like to hear from the applicant first on this question.
You don't want to hear from us at all. I mean, like, the whole thing with the side.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm really going to ask the applicant to respond to the question first. Thank you so much.
We'll explain that.
So the reason that the entrance got pulled closer to Holly was twofold. It was to bring it, like I said, further from some of the residents, the single family homes further up Phillips. The other reason is because of the grading. So Phillips is an incline going up Phillips. It goes up about 7 feet from the intersection to the end of the building. We don't have any steps at the front entrance. The idea is you go into the front entrance of the building right at grade at Holly Street. So when you get further up, Phillips Place, you actually only see, say, half of that first level of parking because the grade goes up that 7 feet. So right now, when you turn into this parking garage proposed, there's a slight ramp down. But if we went much farther up, that ramp down would become not feasible. So the building would then have to be raised, have a ramp at the front entrance. So it's trying to keep everything accessible on that first level on that and at street level on Holly.
But you understand my point about the conflict it's going to cause if folks are queuing there at that intersection and coming out and turning in and.
Right. So, I mean, folks would be queuing, leaving Phillips to turn on to Holly. So they may have to wait. I think I'd have to refer to John and some of the traffic, maybe at the peak hours. Like I said, that parking garage is just for the folks who have access, those 25 residents who, have the fob access to it. So what that will look like at, say, 7:30 to 8:30. I don't know, John, if you could speak to that anymore.
Yeah. Just to kind of talk about that grading issue a little bit more, at the back of the garage, when if you see my mouse right here, this part of the garage is 7 feet lower than Phillips right now because of the grade difference. So it's 6 feet, 7 feet. So the cars are down here and Phillips is up here. So the grade on Phillips is actually fairly steep. And that's why we tried to balance it. When our traffic people looked at the levels of service of everything, they included a level of service of the driveway. And we actually rated it a level of service A, only because that movement is secondary to Phillips. So anyone in Phillips has a right of way to go, and they would not be stopping for anybody pulling out of our garage. We looked at trying to implement something like a don't block the box type of thing, like they have in Holyoke. And it actually takes like a car and a half away. And that just queuing and pushed it back further up Phillips. There was no benefit in doing that. So that's why we left it the way it was.
And just to confirm too, the reason why we have a 50-foot offset for driveways is to address that issue too.
And this meets that 50-foot.
It's beyond.
Right there, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Are there other questions from the board that you think the applicant needs time to review and come back to us with new information on?
How are you guys feeling about these louvers? I'm looking at the elevations. I feel like a lot of them line up with the fenestrations and the windows, but a couple of them are not, like, don't. You know, like, I don't know. That kind of stuff. And then just like the garage door and everything.
Yeah, I appreciated your comments about all of that. And I think similarly, we want to sort of improve the streetscape, maximize the streetscape here as much as possible. So I'd like to see the applicant come back with some revisions there to maximize the friendliness of that space. I don't know how others feel, but I'd be interested in seeing that, certainly.
Yeah, we saw a pretty significant difference on the Elm Street one after asking for that as to what they showed up with tonight. So I think that would be a reasonable ask, especially since they were probably here during that hearing to soften up things, and same comments that were raised during that one.
All right. Yes, Rich.
Yeah, and I'll just add that I think I'm interested in seeing the developer soften the facade in general, the whole presentation, because I think what the neighborhood is responding to is the blockiness of it, the massiveness of it. And there are ways to I think we saw that on 3 Elm Street. There are ways to soften further what they're proposing. And boy, I would really like to see them try to lean in on that.
This isn't really a question. I think I have some concerns about the shadowing. I don't know that there's much that can be done about that based on the building size, but unless, maybe you have some ideas.
Hey, I don't know if you had a chance to take a look at the shadow study.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
I think that it is most times of year not an issue. In the winter, I understand there is some shading. There's not much other than, given the size of the building, that can be done with the small amount of shading that is there during the winter time. But I'm happy to share this with anyone who'd like to take a closer look at it.
Yeah, it is in the box.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if shadowing has never been dealt, I mean, my where I moved from, we dealt with shadowing, and by addressing dimensions and setback and roof shape, and there are a variety of ways to do it. We're not doing it today, and that's not our job. That's the council's job. But I understand that we can initiate work. We can make recommendations to the council to work on ordinance, and that this may inspire us to do some work on shadowing.
George?
I just want to speak to the concrete sidewalk, even though the gentleman has left, that we at the planning board and the office and the ordinances, when there's a new development of this magnitude, we ask the developer, we tell the developer to put in a concrete sidewalk, even though it appears to end nowhere, because we call this kind of incremental advances. We would hope at some point all of the streets had sidewalks on both sides of the street. And maybe at some point Phillips might do that. I know a lot of work was done around this part of the neighborhood with a safe school grant that did a lot of work on intersections and some sidewalk improvements along the cemetery. Those were great improvements, and maybe this will be the beginning of some other improvements there on Phillips Place. So the concrete sidewalks, even though they seem to disappear in no man's land, they're really a great benefit to us now and in the future. So that's our rationale for your neighbor.
Thank you, George. That's an important reminder. Is it the one outside the co-op that there's like that, just like sidewalk to nowhere on both sides? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yeah, at the previous applicant will be the same. Yep. Okay. All right. So what I'd like to do is entertain a second round of public comment. I would ask people to please only bring forward new information that has not already been presented, and that will allow us to, continue our deliberations. So if you would like to make a second public comment, please raise your hand or come forward.
I'll be very quick, and it is something. I'm actually Mr. Cahoot. George reminded me of this. So you had talked about looking at the bigger picture of housing and taking into consideration the future. This corner parcel is not the solve all for housing in our neighborhood, as one would think, just looking at this one parcel. If this doesn't work out, if because there's a concert at the Arts Center, church is going on, God forbid there's a fire, and a fire engine can't make the turn, someone's hit by a car, something's done wrong. Because we tried to jam maximum housing, we need the housing so bad, so desperately, we jammed it all in. If this doesn't work out, where I think the promise is for housing in our neighborhood is down the street, where you have, Shoe Fix and the Hodge family's plumbing company, that big, huge, massive parcel that the surveyors have been out at, that they've already trimmed the brush, that you see people going through measuring boundaries. That's a large parcel of land on Holly Street. If this doesn't work out, because it's just way too much right now, too fast, we might be moving too quickly. If it doesn't work out, it's going to undermine what can be done with the future of that site. So maybe we don't have to go as high and as big with this one, because if we scale this one down slightly, a little bit smaller, and we get it right, then we'll know what to do down the street to make that work. But if we go all out on this one and things start breaking and there's problems, if you think that we were passionate, it's going to be a much bigger crowd for that parcel. So we're thinking about the big picture of the future of housing. The corner of Phillips isn't the hope for our neighborhood. The hope for our neighborhood is whatever goes on Phillips has to work out well, because that's going to set the tone for what can be done, 75 yards, 100 yards down the road with a much, much larger parcel. It doesn't have to be this big. It's going to be too many people, too many cars, not enough parking. And again, when things start breaking, things aren't going to be going as smoothly for that other parcel down the street. Let's take them both into consideration, because at some point, that's getting developed. The neighborhood will not be able to handle this plus that, in my opinion. It's just, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to speak to something else. They've been terrible neighbors. We've been exposed to disruption, construction, mess, noise. We haven't been able to open our windows for 3 years because of the dirt coming in from the construction sites. I actually, I share a driveway with the Holly Manor because an access road was through my property. And, we worked it out, one-way traffic for just the residents, theoretically, and in emergency vehicles. But they've used it as a truck route for 3 years. And I'm going to push back. You're not going to stage all of your building in the side yard there.
I'm going to ask you to direct your comments to the board, please. Thank you.
So, they haven't built out the rest of the condos. I'm not sure why, but I'm really concerned that there's no mechanism to protect the residents from the impacts and to mediate what this chaos is going to be for our neighborhood. It'll be happening concurrently with the Picture Main Street build. What's that going to do to traffic trying to get around Main Street? It's all going to come down Phillips Place and through the neighborhood. So we feel totally abandoned, as if our neighborhood and our quality of life is not being taken into consideration and we're not being protected. We have a POP committee to talk about mitigating situations for the businesses, but what about the people who live here? So I'd like you to think about that. And you know what? I'm going to echo what they said. They didn't shovel the driveway. I had to go out and try to shovel the sidewalk on the side that I'm responsible for after things get dumped or get frozen. So you guys are really terrible stewards of the neighborhood. I'm going to say it again. We can't count on you guys.
Please direct your comments to the board.
So
Thank you.
I guess we wonder why you would give another permit to these developers. They have 2 projects underway that are permitted that haven't been completed. And the work sites have been left derelict. Okay? I'm not making this up. There are big piles of dirt. I know I'm repeating what someone else has said, but it affects everyone in the neighborhood. When there's wind, that it gets swirled around the neighborhood, we have to clean off our houses. It gets under the doors and windows into the houses. That's what we've put up with. And you're going to give them another permit. Why haven't they finished the other townhouses? Because there's more money in building a single building. It's cheaper, and the rental market is strong right now. Whereas it's very expensive to build the townhouses. They have built 12 out of 23 and they've stopped. You might want to ask, is there any follow-up with these permits? Do you just let people do what they want? They say, well, we're going to do this. They tear up a neighborhood and then they say, oh, never mind. We ask, what's going to happen with the other townhouses? Well, that's been put off indefinitely. Have they talked to you? I mean, I know you can't answer me, but this is how it happens in this town. Have they talked to you about putting another, instead of finishing with the townhouses on that other property, have they talked to you about putting another big apartment building there? There's nothing to stop them because you've rolled over for them in every way possible.
Don't give them ideas.
Yeah. Oh, no, they've already thought about it. And I wouldn't know. No one in the neighborhood would know until they came to us with plans that I'm sorry, not the board, but the planning department had already fully vetted. And that's what happened here today. It's really shocking. Shame on you.
You mentioned transition, that this is a transition building. So when you talk about that transition, do you see way in the future that our beautiful Victorian and colonial homes are going to be gone and that our neighborhood will be replaced by these buildings? And also, as you talk about the transition, so, okay, let's say you approve it and there's no parking for all these people. Are you going to have it so that our homes on Butler Place and Phillips Place, that they have permits? Have we thought about that? You did. Okay, thank you.
So I'll just remind you, part of the special permit to be issued must meet all requirements. Substantial impact on abutters. That's one requirement it doesn't meet. There were many others. So it's up to you to decide. You can say, rubber stamp it, approve. We're going to talk about the vents and the benches. That's more important. Or you can say, we need more information. And we're going to continue this, or he can deny it. But the residents have spoken, and this is going to be a massive impact. And how many have gone on the street? So half.
We all have.
I've lived here for 40 years. Okay. So a 55-foot building, this is what I'm going to see. There are options. This isn't like, gosh, we have to do this, otherwise we're going to have homeless everywhere. There are other options for this site and for other sites. Brookside, you mentioned, that's on the other side of Hawley Street, and it doesn't overlook any homes. The Arts Center or the whatever that.
3 stories.
And it's 3 stories. The where the old Rug Lumber used to be, the Performing Arts Center. That's on the other side of Hawley Street. Behind it is railroad tracks. It's a whole different impact. It's a whole different impact. So yes, the URC originally, they could have put, Carolyn Mish said, one detail she left out, well, URC, they could have gone 55 feet high. Yes, that's true. Why didn't they put a bunch of properties there? But the difference is they have to provide parking and some green space. And there also has to be some setbacks. With this, no setbacks. So you can have dense housing there and the mix of parking and setbacks and providing accessibility. So I urge you to think about this. Don't approve it. Continue it if you're not sure. Because this is going to be devastating. Absolutely devastating. I put my heart and soul into it. I bought this when I was 27 years old. I've owned it for 32 years. I put countless hours of work into it. Lots and lots of money. I've adapted to the heat pump, that the state wants you to use, heat pumps, electric heat pumps. My utilities last year, because I went to electric heat pumps, were $4,500. So I want to use solar. So you'll approve them and they can put solar on and have reduced, but then I will be every year electric goes up. And then guess what? I'll have to use more natural gas through the wall. So there are options here. There are plenty of options for other housing scaled back. I heard through the grapevine today that the president, Sarah Stein, knocked on my door today with her lawyer. Not sure why. I guess she wanted to talk about something. But for all these years that they've been planning and for all the meetings that I've been on Zoom, I've heard nothing. So I think there are lots of options and I urge you to consider that. You rubber stamp this, it's really just very, very unfair. And I think a lot of the city's watching and, we can only be pushed so much. The shade study, it's not a study, it's a diagram. Look at some of the information I provided with you on the impact and the actual solar gain. And you don't live on the roof anyway, you live in the house. It's going to block the light into the home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our neighbors left, they were just devastated. But I think what I want to say is, unfortunately, I chose to move. And Carolyn, it'd be great if you could look at the speakers. You're always looking at your phone or your computer. Anyhow, it's respect. We're looking for some respect here. What I want to say is that, unfortunately, I moved from one neighborhood that underwent significant zoning changes to Phillips Place, whatever, that was unfortunate. But what I want to say is that I've been involved in this process for probably the last 4 years. It's looked the same in every project. And what I've also seen is that the planning board says it's city council's job and the city council says it's the planning board's job again and again and again. And nobody is interrupting and asking the questions. Is something not going right here? And what I want to tell you about that lot, when you say it's transitional, it's been fully residential for the last 200 years. And a few months after O'Connell bought that parcel, the planning office began the process, I will use the word spot zone, to change the zoning for that one half a parcel. And if you look at the rest of the map, it didn't happen to any others. That side street change suspiciously happened a few months after O'Connell bought that lot. So that now what we're faced with, and there was no public notification. Nobody came to the neighbors. When it went to city council, nobody said, hey, we want to point out the implications of this one lot change and what this could look like. That is what transparent city planning should look like. That when there's an exception, that when there's something that's going to have an enormous implication, that it's called out for debate, for questioning, for talking about maybe this is for the best value of the city. Maybe this building actually is. But there was no opportunity to engage in any kind of public conversation about it until after the fact, until the shovel was about to go in the ground when the residents found out about it. And when I asked city councilors, people did not know that this particular law was changed to allow for this kind of project. That is deeply concerning to me. It was hidden in hundreds of pages of zoning changes. This shouldn't happen. And at some point, somebody needs to address the fact that there should be an opportunity for residents to have a say, not just developers being in conversation with our city planning department. The developers get up here, they can have any amount of time that they want for their proposal, and we get 2 minutes. 2 minutes is not enough to address the gravity, either in city council or here, the gravity of these kinds of changes on residents who have built their homes, paid their taxes. The parent who was going to come talk about the speeding cars on Pomeroy Terrace, the 18-wheelers, it is scary there. I mean, it is scary. And you come spend a day and watch Pomeroy Terrace. This building isn't going to have to be accountable. None of you are going to have to stay. None of you are going to live there. This is not in your backyard, but it's in ours. And there should be an opportunity for either the planning board to stand up and say, we actually want to revisit and look at these things, or the city council to do it, but to stop passing the buck back and forth to each other. It is so demoralizing to see what has happened in this city. That's what I have to say.
We have vacancies on the planning board if you want to join.
I'm trying. I have information that might be useful both to the board and the audience. The zoning laws are only half of the problem. The other half is building codes, and Massachusetts 780 CMR can't be affected or changed by municipalities, and that's currently the codes that are creating such podium style or 5/1 construction that can be rather unsightly in large. It's mainly due to the egresses requiring more than one egress on a certain number of units. I would recommend for other people who are not a fan of these podium style buildings to, as I have, reach out to both our senator, representative, and our governor to change building codes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So the cello teacher and former cello student in me wants to tell you how that went, but I've heard that people don't really like to be critiqued. So maybe I won't do that. I think what I would tell you instead is what you could do next. That would maybe help. Sorry for the hat. We usually turn the lights off for me when I'm in city council. The thing that would make a lot of sense right now, I think, is go back. Did anybody watch the city council meeting where we talked about this, the zoning? Go back and watch that, because you will find that, yes, city council basically expressed, many members of council expressed, they're not so happy with this plan. They would like it scaled back, and they think that you're the appropriate venue to do that. So please go listen to that. Listen to our conversation. Of course, we all want housing. Everybody wants housing. Not telling us anything that we don't know there or don't share with you as a value. What's interesting and what you may not know, because you're so close inside of this planning board, right? And you're so following sort of the plans that we have laid out, sustainability plans. You may not hear so much the chatter. Like today I was in a text chain with 60 people, and they're pretty progressive. They have all these shared values. They all want affordable housing. They all want more housing. And they were all, except for one person, unhappy with the work that's been coming out of this planning board. They don't feel like they're getting attainable housing. They don't feel like it's a justification for the work that we're seeing coming out of here. And so it's, when I said it was an inflection point culturally, politically in Northampton, what I'm talking about is like people are starting to say stuff like, oh yeah, we got more money than ever for schools, but this is not good management. Oh yeah, the hub was for the houseless, but actually that wasn't really a great purchase. Oh yeah, the sustainability plan is about making more housing and we're making lots of, but that's not really what we meant when we said make more housing. That's not the right kind of housing, right? So it's strange, it's new. You may not believe me because it's been so many years that we've kind of gone along, but please try to take this time between meetings, listen to the council meeting, talk to leaders in the disability commission, and really sit, like the person said, sit with this neighborhood. There are so many resources. You need to get some other legal opinions. You know, you've just got to get out of the shell of this room a little bit because the community is outside. And they're not, you can't judge them by their most like crackpot of them. Like really the community at large is wanting more. So please, if you can, take your time. There's work you can do. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to stand up for a minute and stretch my legs because I need to. Yep. I might actually do this for a second. Yep. I'd like to respond to three things that I heard, and then I think I have a sort of proposal for how we can move forward. One of them is the applicant addressed much earlier in the evening, and somebody followed up to ask about what it would entail to limit parking in this neighborhood to residents. I just want to clarify that that is outside of the purview of the planning board, but is something that can be considered by the city council. It's not TPC, right, Carolyn? It's city council.
It all goes through TPC, but ultimately it's an ordinance that would have to be adopted by city council.
Okay. So if somebody did want to bring that forward, would their counselor be the right person to talk to about that?
Yeah, and then anything would typically get referred to TPC and through the public process.
Okay, great. Thank you. TPC is the Transportation and Parking Commission. I hope I got that right. If you look up those words, you will find it. Relative to zoning changes, I just want to confirm that there is a careful notification system for particular hearings in the 300-foot radius around the hearing, but zoning changes do not involve notifications because they impact everybody in the city. So there is not a process. Carolyn, correct me if I'm wrong, but this has come up in the past and we don't notify the particular people impacted by individual changes because zoning actually determines what happens all over the city. We're all impacted by it, not just the people in that particular neighborhood. So it's not an attempt to keep you out of the process. It's that it's simply not feasible every time a zoning change comes forward to notify the entire population of Northampton. I also just want to respond to one piece. Yes, we are very deeply inside the comprehensive plan of Northampton because it is our mandate to implement it as it is written today. So yes, I agree with the statement that we are deep inside of it. That is our job.
Our unpaid job.
That too. We've talked about some things we'd like to see from the applicant in terms of looking at the streetscape on the building. We've also heard some interest in much in the style of what we saw at 3 Elm, kind of revisiting the character and kind of aesthetics of the building to try to warm up and integrate this building more in that space. So my suggestion is that we continue the hearing in order to give the applicant time to address those questions and come back and for us to, finish our deliberations at another hearing. Unless there is anything else that the board would like to bring up tonight here. Okay. Rich?
Then I'll move to continue the, whoops, should have pulled this up.
Do we need to pick a time first?
Oh,
Pick a date.
Yeah, we need to pick a
okay.
Oh,
comments now or just read the information and it's a motion.
It would be only fair to.
I agree with you.
I withdraw my motion.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Carolyn. Yes, we would like to hear from the people on Zoom.
So I think.
Okay. Okay, Judy?
Thank you. So as you all know, my understanding is one of the jobs tonight is to take a look at the site approval criteria and just, do things that are consistent with the code. And so I'm kind of surprised that I just don't understand how it can be justified that you're meeting these criteria. So as we know the code 350.11.6, the planning board shall find that the following conditions are met. The requested use protects adjoining premises against seriously detrimental uses. If applicable, this shall include provisions for site buffers, preservations of views, light, and air. I just don't understand how we're all sitting here saying that this isn't compliant with that. And then the other thing is C, the site will function harmoniously in relation to other structures, existing buildings, and other community assets as it results to massing, et cetera. Again, it doesn't make sense to me that how are you, you shall find that the following conditions are met, and it just doesn't seem right. And then also, if I could just bring back to the purpose of the site plan approval, again, to promote development, which is harmonious with surrounding areas, to assure adequate parking and adequate consideration of abutting landowners. And this purpose filters in through this whole chapter of the site plan approval. So again, it's just, if we can just read the text and say, are you complying with that or not? And my answer is you're not.
Thank you, Judy. Daniel.
Hi, yeah, I just have a couple of to answer some of your questions, correct some of the record. Like I said, I live across the street from where this would be. If you've come for a site visit, you've noticed there's a retaining wall holding my property in. I'm well above the street level, which, the sidewalk and then the property. So whatever the commentary was about people on the street level not being able to see on the roof, we will be able to see the roof on my yard. This entire wall of people will be looking over my yard, which is a side yard, not a backyard. As far as the trees that were cut down, while, obviously a property owner is within their right to cut down those trees, it was in April, which is red-tailed hawk nesting season. We do have red-tailed hawks in the neighborhood, or at least we did. That's the Migratory Bird Act. I do believe that our government has a responsibility to enforce that and protect those birds. That was not done in that case. There was a question about what the Historic Commission recommended on this site. In 2012, when they were looking at all of the unused churches, their recommendation was that churches that were within residential zones, like this one here at the time, should be limited to at max 20% commercial on the ground floor with a lot of other restrictions and regulations. That was not taken on, and instead actually the planning department right after that rezoned this lot commercial. So if you want to know what the Historic Commission thought that we should have been doing with this entire lot, they thought that we should have left it residential. I mentioned I have a retaining wall. That retaining wall is much larger on the church side. We've undergone now about 5 years of construction around our house. The retaining wall is cracking. My foundation is crumbling. We've had walls inside of the house crack. So this scale of construction actually is a major danger to the bordering district, which I know was a consideration. As far as drainage and sewage, what you guys also may not know is there is a big sewer that I believe O'Connell had to build up at the top of the Hawley Estates property. Whether that was ever connected to the sewer system or it just immediately became clogged with dirt and garbage is unclear. But that has not been functional for the entire time that I've lived here, which then, of course, leads to massive pools of water. We had a mosquito crisis, I think, 2 years ago. They did not take care of it during then. I was there with a stick trying to crud the stuff down. So that's what we're dealing with. That's the kind of neighbors that they have been. Obviously, you can't take that into consideration, but you should know when you're making sure that they do build the adequate sewer systems, that they haven't yet done that even on the plans that you've allowed for. They spoke about the cupola. The cupola was literally lifted over my property, so I'm well aware of what that process was like. The crane to put the cupola on and off the top of the church was in the backyard of what is now the Hawley condos. That now has grass, greenery, everything like that. They're not getting a crane back on that. That cupola is never going back on, which means they took the money but have not lived up to the standards that they promised. And a cupola is a minor thing, but if they're going to keep on saying that they lived up to everything that they took that money for, the reality is they didn't. If something's sitting in a warehouse, that was not what they agreed to. And I think what I think is maybe the most important point here is that I hear you guys disregarding many things that are contained within those larger form-based codes and everything because of our housing crisis. I moved here in 2022. While this was going on, I had no idea. The previous owners didn't tell us about it. Part of that is because we gave up a lot of our legal protections and a lot of banking tools because we really are having a housing crisis. It is an affordable housing crisis. It's not a housing crisis. We have a 29,000 person population in Northampton since before 1950. We don't need radical more housing. We need more affordable housing. This is not going to be affordable. It's going to be market rate, which is going to drive up all the neighboring rents. Everybody knows that. Anybody who's ever lived in a big city knows that. But I do think that on some level, the theory is if we build enough housing, that supply and demand curve will bring down the cost of rents and housing in general. I find that to be absurd. In this property, they could have built townhouses which people could own. You guys would have been collecting more taxes for the city on that. Home ownership is what my generation wants right now. And affordable homes that we can get mortgages on is the most attractive thing. And building like this, encouraging developers to come into communities like this one and build this kind of thing, that's going to go in the exact opposite direction. So if really we're trying to balance this with the housing crisis, I have to say this will, if anything, exacerbate it. I also, as long as Carolyn Mish, the director of planning and sustainability,
Dan, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up soon, please.
I will, I promise. I really want to know lot 32A 197. It's the residential lot. It is across from my house. It ostensibly was rezoned in 2022 by that department. I asked you, why is it not on the map? If that was a residential lot that was being upzoned to Central Business Side Street, why in the world would that not be labeled on this map? This to me looks like a square got colored pink because there was an assumption that that was
And
the
I
length
think
of the
we've
zone.
heard your concerns about the lot,
It's
so
not a
I'm
concern.
gonna
I'm
stop you
asking you
here.
to please ask the director why it is missing from the map. It seems like a major mistake, one that frankly goes well beyond the failure to sufficiently identify, which is also part of notification. When you talk about notifying everybody, sufficient to identify is a major part of that notification. I entered that into the record at your last meeting.
Okay.
Please
I'm going to
respect
ask you
these
to
zoning
stop.
concerns.
Thank you. Okay.
Want to talk about?
Date time.
Yes.
You guys are we're gonna need numbers for a little while longer, and I'm not available on the 8th, but I am available on the following one, the 22nd. I know about the rest, but I think we need 5.
Mm-hmm.
May 20th.
Maybe 20. I don't have a clue.
You don't have your calendar right in front of you? I could do either. I mean, I'll be here at both. George, Chris,
It's not great for me.
which
22nd, maybe if it's late enough. I don't know. I guess my civic duty. I love this civic duty.
No.
No, it's just bad all the way around. It's fine.
The 22nd is doable.
Sure.
Okay.
You said later.
Do we have other hearings for that night?
I don't think we would want to put this before something else,
Yeah, that's true.
but I don't know if we know we have anything yet. It's better.
Okay,
Yeah, that's much better for me. But
22nd.
yeah, as long as, and I'll just miss the first part. I won't be here till 7:45.
Okay. Do I hear a motion? George, your mic I see is dead, so it's a sign of a long meeting if I ever saw one.
I already replaced my.
There you go.
No, so no motion, but I just want to mention again, just in case there's any room for the applicant to, because that's what we're trying to do is give them information.
Yes.
I just want to be clear about kind of the massing thing, which is difficult. If we asked, and the massing has come up a lot about shadowing, about the more traffic it brings, even if we ask the applicant to go down from five floors to 3 floors, the massing would still be a mass, and it would be out of historical context on that side of Hawley Street. So I'm trying to rationalize that a little bit. I understand that it would be nice to have individual homes there, townhouses, whatever, that would reduce the massing. But that I can't dictate to the developer what they do in terms of, their plans and their investment. So again, I'll be thinking about the massing over the next couple of weeks and how that's worked in other areas of the city. Because it's one of those judgmental things for me, and it always has been. But I don't think it would alter some of the impacts that's going to happen to some of the homes on the street there in terms of the views or the shadowing and things of that nature. So.
Yes, and I thank you, George. I think it's important that all of us, think carefully and review all of the criteria that we're going to be making this decision based on. I do want to remind everybody here and the public that because the public hearing is still open because of open meeting law, we will not be conferring with one another, nor can we confer with you. So if you see us in the street, please don't bring up the project. We will reconvene here to continue our deliberations. And between now and then, the board members and the applicant, and I'm sure you all will be, thinking carefully about this project.
Make your motion. Remove.
Yeah, I make a motion to continue this. What are we calling it? It's a site plan special permit for 0 Phillips Place, Holly Street. Record LU 25-7 until
May
22nd at 7:45.
Is there a second? All those in favor? Thank you. And just again, to clarify for folks in the neighborhood, additional notice will not go out about the next hearing. So this is your notice that we are continuing until May 22nd at 7:45 p.m. Thank you. And we have some more business to attend to tonight. So we're going to move on to that so that we can go home and go to bed, as I'm sure all of you want to do. I think we have some A&Rs.
A&Rs.
Some minutes.
Okay.
We have a few minutes. Let's do it in a few minutes.
Okay, so I can do the.
So the first A&R is on Norwood Avenue. You saw one appear a couple of weeks ago. Let me just pull it up. Survey sheets.
How much? I've never been to that neighborhood.
That density.
Oh, we have to kill that one. Place. Okay, I can do that now. Sorry, where is this? I'm hurrying. Okay. So, there's a lot at the end of Warner Street, being carved off. So the total lot is about 16,000 square feet. So a 50-foot frontage lot, with that driveway shown to be relocated. So this again is, endorsement that there's not a new subdivision street being approved. So it's, a subdivision approval is not required. And that's what the vote would be.
I move to endorse the A&R of this lot on Warner Street.
Yes. Okay.
That's it.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Great.
Okay. The next one is drum roll. Okay. This is actually the property that was part of this public hearing is Phillips and Holly Street. So O'Connell, let me just find the PDF here. So this, as you've seen, so for a long time, it's been two parcels. So this A&R merges the parcels. So it's not creating a subdivision. Yes, you can. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's the parcels that we've been discussing?
Yes. So this is about a lot change. So merging the two parcels instead of having two separate parcels. So this would legally turn it into one parcel. And so there's not a new street subdivision being proposed. So
would the A&R, would denying the A&R have any impact on the project?
No, but
We
you
can't even.
We have no
deny an
basis on
A&R.
which to deny it.
Yeah.
We're approving the
You can
approval not
not-
required.
I know, but you can. Can't you do
Only
approve an A&R?
No.
Not required?
You're not really voting on the merits. You're not voting on the plan. You're just endorsing that a subdivision is not being shown, and a subdivision is is a layout of a new street. So as long as the frontage requirement is being met, you have to endorse the A&R.
To be clear, I was asking the question for the benefit of anyone who's watching, who's wondering if this has any implications for the project we just heard.
Okay.
I'm not following in uncertainty here myself.
So to be clear, that still all of that holds, and anyone at any time can come forward to put properties together, take them apart, and it has no effect on any kind of separate development scheme that might be on the property. So,
is there a motion?
I'll move that we not approve. What was it? Endorse the A&R on Holly Street. Corner of Holly and Phillips.
Okay.
Could you repeat that?
The motion?
I move that we endorse the A&R on the corner of Holly and Phillips.
I think that was just
Approval
saying
not required.
we're endorsing, not approving. So the motion is to endorse the A&R on Phillips Place, made by Melissa, seconded by Stacy. Is there any other discussion or clarification? All those in favor? There were two sets of minutes, I think, from March 27th and April 10th. Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
George, you never make any motion. Now you can make motions.
Yeah, he's out of practice.
I move to approve the two sets of meeting minutes. I forget the dates.
March 27th and April 10th.
Those, thank you.
Is there a second?
7th and April 10th.
A second. Oh,
Oh, George seconded. Good job. All those in favor? Okay.
Aye.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move